Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to this domestic violence symposium, a joint event by the Rotary Club of Nassau and the Bahamas Crisis Center. We are delighted that you have taken your time out on your busy Saturday morning to take time for this important discussions today, a very topical subject that we all should be involved in, all should be of concern based on some things we have seen. But the key thing today that we leave out here with the tools, the intervention tools, that how we can intervene, how we can help somebody who passed our way. We will start now with the playing of the national anthem. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we'll have Rotarian Samita Ferguson to give us the invocation.
Let us bow for prayer. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good and his mercy endures forever. Dear Lord, you are a good Father. Thank you for a new dawning where we can gather virtually to be empowered, to be agents of change, and also to gain the necessary knowledge and tools needed to make a difference. Our nation is faced with many dilemmas during these unprecedented times, and we depend on you for wisdom and guidance to aid those who may be experiencing various social ills. Thank you for the presenters on this platform who will guide the narrative and provide information and bring an awakening to the areas being addressed today. It is evident that domestic violence is a concern, a major issue, and people are silently crying, dear Lord. But we thank you that there are individuals out there who are professionally trained and skilled to handle such cases. We pray that you grant them the strength needed to tackle the cases at hand and let them not be weary in well doing. May they rely on you for direction and wisdom in all their undertakings. Bless the organizers of this powerful event. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Rotarian Samita, for setting the tune with that prayer. Once again, participants, I want to say good morning on behalf of the Rotary Club of Nassau. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you to this symposium on domestic violence. I want to especially thank Dr. Sandra Dane Patterson and her team from the Bahamas Crisis Center for partnering with the Rotary Club of Nassau to make this event a reality. I would also like to thank our distinguished minister who has consented to bring remarks at this event, District Governor Charles, who should be joining us, Assistant Governors Ken Strong and Carla Stubbs, and the heads of various women organizations in the country. Also, I'd like to thank you, all of you participants for being in attendance. I will also want to recognize we have our Commissioner of Police who's here with us. We are honored to have you in, sir. eliminating violence in particular against women must be a common effort, and we cannot be a common achievement. This is an issue that is concerning all of us. It's concerning all of us, and it involves our required a concerted effort for us to be involved. Just as living free from violence is everybody's right, and reducing violence is everyone's responsibility. That is why we are here today. This symposium is not about a discussion. It's about practical steps, the way forward. It's about making changes so we can achieve change. So I'm looking forward to hearing what the speakers say today. I want you to take in as much as you can take in. And I hope that when you leave out here, you'll be more enriched with the necessary skills and some more information on how to intervene. So when you encounter persons who might be in such situation. So once again, thank you for being here today. Can we say District Governor Charles Seeley is in to bring remarks? District Governor Charles Seeley is overall in charge of Rotary here in the Bahamas and various regions in the Caribbean. And so he will just be giving just brief remarks as to the way forward and his endorsement of this workshop. Good morning, A.G. Charles. We now welcome A.G. Charles to bring some brief remarks.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you so much, President Stephen. It is certainly a pleasure to be on this call this morning. I do apologize for the technical challenge I had. Let me thank you once again for giving me an opportunity to say a few words. Respects to, I know your Assistant Governor Carla is on the call. There may be some other senior Rotarians who are on the call, and Rotarians at large, and certainly those who have been invited to speak, and the public, those who are attending. I say a special good morning to you. These are some special times that we are facing as a nation and as a world. And in the midst of it, while we are very, very concerned about this pandemic, we ought to still pay a special attention to the other ills, to the other issues, to the other concerns. And of course, the one that is presented this morning is a real one. I have had the opportunity, being a police officer, to have firsthand witness this concern of domestic violence. And while in those days I would have seen it in its physical form, one can easily understand that this domestic violence can come in the form of verbal, emotional, and other forms. And so it is timely, more than timely, that we address this, and we continue to address it. And I know there have been many of organizations, many of persons who have come to the forefront to present this issue to our general public, to sensitize, to encourage, to give strength to the two persons, in many instances, who are hurting. Sometimes we only see the victim, the person who is getting the blows, who are getting the verbal assaults, as a victim. But I tend to believe that there are two victims involved. There are two persons who are hurting, and we have to reach out to both parties so that we can enable the offender to appreciate what's going on with them psychologically, emotionally, that will cause them to want to move in that direction. And then the person who is receiving it, who is fearful of leaving that environment, who's lost esteem, who doesn't appreciate the scenario they have themselves in. So this is a timely topic, and I really want to commend the Rotary Club of Nassau, the parent club in the New Providence of clubs. We thank you for bringing this subject to our forefront. I want to thank you for engaging the public at large in these moments, and I want to thank the speakers for today imparting to us the knowledge, the tools that we will need to abate this in as many respects as we possibly can. I look forward to the details that will come.
Okay, DG Charles, thank you for those kind remarks. Now I'll hand over to Ms. Christie from the Bahamas Crisis Center.
Thank you all very much for joining us on this very important symposium this morning. I'd like to introduce to you now our distinguished director, Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson, who's been in this field for many years. The Crisis Center has been in operation since the early 80s, and she has been leading the charge since then. She is someone who is well known in our community. She has received many awards and many recognitions for her work in this field. The Crisis Center, as I said to you, has been in operation for from the early 1980s. And we have a wide mandate where we deal not only with domestic violence, we deal with sexual abuse, we deal with children and children exposed to violence. We have a variety, we offer a variety of services there. We're one of the only places that have a 24-hour hotline. So at any time of the day or night, there is a problem, either at home or on your job, wherever you are, you can call into the hotline. We have our therapists on standby, waiting to assist. And if it's not an immediate answer to the situation, we certainly the turnaround time is indeed very quickly. Okay, so the Crisis Center is a nonprofit. We rely on a grant from the government of the Bahamas and other donors who come in and help us substantially, not only with monetary gifts, but also with food, clothing. At Christmas time, we get presents for the children. We have a Christmas party. And so we do a great service, if I may say so. Dr. Patterson will tell you and fill you in on it later when she joins us at the appropriate time. But the Crisis Center is there. It's a need in our community. We see the cases every day. We hear of them. And I'm so happy that we have joined with the Rotary to put on this symposium behind closed doors, because that's where it happens. It doesn't happen in the streets. It doesn't happen on the job. Mind you, you do have some persons who follow people, harass them. And so this is a very important topic. And I thank you all for joining. And I trust that from the speakers, you will glean the depth of the problem and you will understand how important your voice is in this fight against domestic violence against women and children. Thank you, Mr. Dean.
I think we need to recognize, I see and also here Dr. Jacinda Higgs from the Ministry of Social Services. Yes. So we're delighted to have her here, and I'm sure she has some of our other persons from that area, the Women's Affairs area, Ministry of Social Services. We are delighted to have her here.
All right then. Well, thank you for those for the opportunity to impart those few remarks on behalf of the Crisis Center.
And now we'll have remarks from the Minister.
Distinguished panelists and presenters, members and volunteers of Bahamas Crisis Center, staff of the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, and of course the Department of Gender and Family Affairs, I wish you a pleasant good morning. I'm most grateful to offer opening remarks for this critical symposium on domestic violence, which has as its theme, Behind Closed Doors. I wish to congratulate Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson and the team at the Bahamas Crisis Center in collaboration with key stakeholders for organizing this virtual forum this morning. The Bahamas Crisis Center continues to serve as the voice of advocacy in addressing violence in the home, communities, and workplace. We thank you for making loud that which many would prefer to remain silent, the secrets, shames, and sadness of domestic violence. I also wish to acknowledge and thank the Director of the Department of Gender and Family Affairs, Dr. Jacinta Higgs, and her team for dramatically increasing partnerships with the NGOs and key stakeholders in all attempts to combat, reduce, and prevent all matters of violence. Your focus today speaks to each area critical to ending all forms of violence against women. It questions the support given to survivors, addresses the impact on children, highlight the recourse through legislation, and ends with us uniting to end domestic violence together. Right now, there are NGOs calling for urgent action to prevent and respond to domestic violence against women during this 16 days of activism. The best way to end violence against women and girls is to prevent it from happening in the first place by addressing its root and structural causes, such as gender-based discrimination, social norms, and gender stereotypes that perpetrate such violence. The response to domestic violence and other forms of violence against women is indeed a multi-sectorial one. It requires a coordinated response, including to increase funding, diversify survivor-centered support services, and improve emotional services. It requires the identification of acute risk faced by women and girls, immediate strategies to reduce these risks, and building capacity of law enforcement officers and service providers to ensure a more responsive and robust offering for survivors. It requires a justice system which is equipped to respond swiftly in cases of violence against women in order to encourage an end to impunity. It requires awareness raising and community mobilization, including the use of mainstream and social media as effective preventative strategies. At the end of today's session, I know that the information shared will give everyone new ways of understanding what happens behind closed doors. May we internalize, strategize, and then actionize to end violence against women. I wish you a very fruitful forum filled with transparency, rich discussion, and resolution. Thank you very much.
We're going to move into our program now. The first person who's going to be delivering a presentation would be Dr. Barrington Brennan. Now, in the course of the presentations today, if there are any questions, please send your questions through so that we can share them with the speaker. In the interest of time, we may not be able to answer all of your questions or concerns, recommendations you can make, the way forward. So just send them in to us and we will see how many the presenter can address, and those that we don't address today on this in this forum, we can do at a later date. But no question, please feel free to ask any question. All questions will be answered. Dr. Barrington Brennan is no stranger to us. He's one of our local professionals that we turn to. He is well versed in this topic, and he will bring his remarks and presentation today on domestic violence and the church. Dr. Barrington Brennan, please.
Good morning. 172 years ago, on July 19, 1948, a political and social environment was born. 300 persons, and mostly women, just 40 men traveled by horse-drawn wagons and by foot from up to 50 miles away to Seneca Falls, New York, to protest the legal bondage of American women and to demand full equality. It has been a long and exceeding difficult journey. They came together to rewrite the United States Constitution and to sign the Declaration of Sentiments, which proclaimed that all men and women were created equal. And during this occasion, the Declaration of Sentiments presented a list of evils against women. And I'd just like to share a few. And it never fascinates me to believe that these old informations are still relevant today. Here are just a few. He had compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. He had withheld her from rights which are given to the most ignorant and degraded men, both native and foreigners. He had made her, if married, in the eyes of the law, civilly dead. He had denied her the facilities of obtaining a thorough education, all colleges being closed to her. He allows her in church as well as state, but, but in subordinate positions, claiming apostolic authority for exclusion from the ministry and with some exceptions from any public participation in the affairs of the church. End of quote. Note the last point. He allows her in church as well as state, but in subordinate positions. I've been asked to do speeches on this topic for many years. I bring to you uh, 42 years in religious pastoral church ministry. Now I'm transitioned or retired. I've had 25 years full time as a mental health professional, of what I am full time in now. So, in a sense, I've had the privilege and still having from both sides. Interestingly, 29 years ago in 1991, a force was organized called the White Ribbon Campaign, designed for the purpose of preventing gender based violence by promoting equity and transforming social norms. It is an organization that seeks men to pledge, to commit, condone, to never commit, condone, or remain silent against violence against women and girls. The historical context of this day was an instance of misogyny, which occurred at the École Polytechnique in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, on December 6, 1989, and referred to as the Montreal Massacre. The massacre resulted when 25-year-old Marc Le Pen slaughtered 14 women because of his hatred toward women. In our beautiful country, there is one serious roadblock that is making it difficult to reduce more significantly violence against women and girls. That roadblock, should I say, is the power of the church through its teaching of male dominance. That's why my presentation this morning is domestic violence and the church. I'm not here defining domestic violence, although I would say we have terms like intimate partner abuse, child abuse, partner abuse, spouse abuse. They all have one thing in common: the use and misuse of power. As far back as 1998, in a speech I gave at the Regional Conference on Sexual and Domestic Violence, and that interestingly was November 4 to 7 in 1998 at the old Nassau Beach Hotel, I stated this: domestic violence and the church are two terms that should not be linked. Unfortunately, today we know that there is an undeniable correlation between the teachings of the church and the prevalence of violence in the home. As the cross is the center of Christianity, bringing hope and peace and certainty of salvation, ironically, in my opinion, religion has also been and is more than ever the core fluiding agent to the development and perpetuation of violence in our families today. Violence in the community then is a direct result of violence in families. End of quote. Now, that was in 1998, and I dare to say it's still relevant today. Dr. James Alsdorf, in his book Battered into Submission, states, as long as the church is quiet in a world which resonates with cries of abused women, it is failing in its ministry of reconciliation. It is simply functioning as a sounding brass and a clanging cymbal. The church is called to bind up the bruises of women who have suffered not only from the violence of their spouses, but from all the passive violence of a church which has failed to recognize their situation and intervene on their behalf. End of quote. The very agent that was designed to bring healing and comfort the church must then re-examine its teachings, traditions, and practices that support the base of passions and drives for greed, of power, and control. The church can be and should be the
You
most.
rub that on that bed? You crazy?
Someone need to mute all the mics. The church can be and should be the most reliable agent for healing and restoration. The church must be a loud voice against family violence, and I believe it can be. Here's what I discovered, though, is a painful formula for violence against women. I learned this, observed this without even research per se, although research corroborates it, from working at a safe shelter in Michigan, working and doing work in Jamaica, traveling to England, St. Martin, Puerto Rico, and yay, in the Bahamas. Same thing. Here's what I discovered. When rigid traditional family values, rigid or inflexible rigid family values are combined with rigid traditional religious beliefs, there's always abuse. It never fails. There's always some form of abuse. It could be emotional, psychological, or even physical. So here is some convincing points ministers of the gospel are still seeking to enforce when the church is causing so much harm. And in the Bahamas, many ministers and social activists are telling us to go back to those old traditional values. And you know what these are? And I want you to listen. This is what the church is teaching. Return to the patriarchal family system, the patriarchal family system. So they refuse to understand there's one point. Patriarchy, the word is only used once in the Bible, and it's in the in the New Testament. It is never used in the Old Testament. It was a system that was in place during the time of the development of Christianity and before that. But it in reality, God never used patriarchy. The the patriarchal system is that the firstborn male is the CEO of the family. But every one of the patriarchs that we call patriarchs in the Bible, from David to Abraham, were not the firstborn. Some of them were the last. Interesting. Eh? And then here's another point. The husband is the head of the wife. As such, he is the supreme ruler. That's what the church is teaching. Then another one, the wife's responsibility in marriage is to submit to her husband. Then the marriage will be happy. And then another point, men are born to be leaders, and they must always lead, even if they do not have the skills. The church is teaching that. Another point, women can assist men, but only in subordinate positions. Another point, men are always expected to move up the managerial ladder of success. Yeah, men, you're always growing up once you are a man. And the last point on this, if a woman climbs the managerial ladder of success, it is only as the result of the permission of male organizers. That still happens in some circles. In an article by Aaron Earls in 2018 entitled Five Myths the Church Often Believes About Domestic Violence, he writes, while some pastors provide caring counsel for women who come forward, many victims hear the same rot answers when they dare to ask for help. When it comes to domestic violence, pastors often do not know how to respond to victims. A great number of ministry leaders still quote passages such as Ephesians 5, verse 22, 1 Peter 3, and verse 1 to 6, and Titus 2, 3 to 5, as they remind women to submit, to pray for their husbands, to have quiet spirits, and be obedient. These practices may work well within healthy relationships, some people say, but submission to an abuser gives him license to abuse further. End of quote. The church in general is doing something very wrong. That is reinforcing the painful, false, and traditional beliefs that men must be in charge of women. It's a power position that they're dealing with. He is the head. Here's what Aaron Earls writes on this point. And he quotes someone else. According to Leslie Verneck, counselor and author of The Emotionally Destructive Relationship, the main characteristics of an abusive relationship is where the abuser's desire for power and control is at the root. When the church affirms an abusive man's role as the head of the home, it gives carte blanche to the man who need to be in control. It sanctions abusive behaviors and leaves the wife with no options. End of quote. So then, another academic journal entitled When She Calls for Help, Domestic Violence in Christian Families, published in 2017. And you notice these articles are coming out and coming out. Violence in relationship is a common experience for a significant number of women. Vic Health in Australia has noted that one of the underlying contributing factors toward violence against women is their environment, citing faith factors toward violence against women. Faith factors let me read this again. Faith-based institutions such as churches as one such environment for many women. Indeed, institutional research shows that the language of religion is often used by women to explain abuse. Additionally, abused Christian women are more likely to remain in or return to unsafe relationships, citing religious beliefs or to support avoidance of family breakups despite abuse. In contrast, however, churches can address domestic violence within contexts of care, with emphasis on a theology of biblical equality. End of quote. So as I come on down to the end, there's a whole lot we can do. I can stay here with you for literally one solid week and peel away the difficulties, the problems, or the challenges we have. But let me come to the conclusion. What can the church do? One, admit that there is domestic violence and plan to do something about it. That's a challenge. If we can get them to admit and the genesis of it and the power of it, that's one. Number two, be willing to examine its own teachings or methodologies that treat women as second-class citizens. That is, it must be willing to change its theology. That may also be to have seminars or workshops to review passages of scripture that usually lead men to think of themselves as being in charge rather than being partners. For example, Genesis 1:26, that is often misquoted. God placed Adam and Eve in charge of the earth, not Adam in charge of Eve or Adam only in charge of the earth. That's very clear in scripture. Ephesians 5:25. It was not Paul's intentions to further abuse or control women. In fact, the word submit is actually the military word that means to stand beside someone, your equal in the military. So Paul was actually elevating women from a low position to stand beside our husbands. Oh boy, heavy, heavy. He was liberating women. So we know all these passages. There's so many of them in the Bible. We have just misinterpreted. One that is not on abuse. We say one famous one, where two or three are gathered together in my name, He is with us. It has nothing to do with worship. It has nothing to do with church. It was about settlement of discrepancies between people. But we use it in that context. So we have many like that. Another third point, get training on how to respond to women in abusive relationships. So call me, Dr. Patterson, and many others or professionals from around the world, having an open mind to train how to respond to women and children in abusive relationship. Number four, examine ways how to help abusive men and boys, how to help abusive men and boys, or abusive women too. Okay. And number five, stop harboring the abuser. Stop harboring the abuser. The church is so guilty of this. When I say the church, I don't mean every single church in the Bahamas. but the church in general. My own denomination, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, did a survey 15 years ago around the world with thousands and thousands of respondents on domestic violence. Domestic violence from New Guinea to South America, from Jamaica to North America, that they discovered that domestic violence against women by men was as high as 65% in New Guinea, and there was just 25 or 35% in others. This is among the church. You have research like this among the Baptists, yeah, the Catholic, and every other church. Something has to change, and I'm challenging us to do it. Okay, so that's my presentation this morning. And I know we could have said more, but I hope I stimulated you with the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brennan. Are there any questions from our audience? If no one wishes to speak now, you can text your questions.
You can carry on. I don't see much questions there, but I think it was a very good presentation, and I think that people have it really sunk in. You know, normally when you don't have those questions, sometimes people got the message and was clearly put forth.
Can I just add or reiterate something? When we say domestic violence and the church, we're in no way insinuating that every single person in a church, every single leader, or every single church itself perpetrators or guilty. However, I'm not backing down by saying generally religion and church and denominations are guilty by being silent and even harboring or perpetrating a violence. And I just want to emphasize that.
If I may I ask a question?
Yes.
This is Carla Card Stubbs. Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Very insightful presentation. I actually had reason to do research and do an article years and years ago. My church asked me to do that, and I was really surprised at the levels of domestic abuse within the church. And I think it really is, as you said, shored up by what we understand our faith to be, the role of the male and the submission of the wife. Good to hear that definition. I need to take that definition from you about submission. But this is my question. Don't we need a conversation with the heads of the church, especially since many churches are headed by men who are steeped in this thinking? Because, you know, as we could have seminars, we could have conferences, we could have articles, but until the persons who head the church deal with this head on, and I think for some of them it will be a personal challenge. Isn't it time that we I mean, they have to change first and understand it. So shouldn't we look to be having among the churches this sort of discussion among the heads of the church, private discussion, and then we can get it out?
I agree with you 100%, but we always hit a roadblock, Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson, and even myself, I did on my own. I had a seminar with heads of churches and or pastors. 22 showed up. Dr. Patterson often, I say often, a good term, have these occasions. I have even showed videos are designed for pastors and leaders, and very few show up. So yes, the process is education, and sometimes it seems as though we have to focus on educating the congregants so they can enforce, challenge, or vote out those leaders and start kissing up with them. I think if we educate the congregants and try find the leaders who are sensitive and passionate toward the topic and willing to change, and more of us leaders, there are a few like myself who want to speak out and educate the congregants, the members of the church, maybe they will help to make a change. And we don't have to always put a woman in position, but we need some women in position, for heaven's sake, in some of these churches. All right. But we don't always have to. We can put a man. But I think we got to start educating the members to empower and kick out, in some instances, some of these abusive leaders.
Thank you.
Pastor Brennan, there's a question that came up in the group. It says, How can we debunk these teachings of the church on male dominance? Husband is the head of the home. You might have addressed it, but you want to say anything on that?
Yes, and maybe that's a whole long seminar. We have to be first to be willing to re-examine the issue. We have to be willing to listen and re-examine the issue. Secondly, we need to have an open understanding of what it actually means. We have created false theology from traditional application, from traditions applying on the Bible instead of the Bible applying, influencing tradition. Okay, so down through history, and even the Bible itself refers to some of those cultures that it doesn't endorse, but painfully presents some of those cultures that happened in Deuteronomy when a woman, when a man raped a woman, she had to marry him and all those kinds of stuff. That was not endorsed by God, but that was a painful practice that Christ came along and tried to deal with. And so if the church is willing to look at and change, they have to be willing to do that. They have to be willing. And looking at the sources of where the Bible comes from, and also the context. For instance, the husband is the head of the wife. No, when you go to the one about marriage, many churches only grounds on adultery, in Matthew. That many churches still adhere to. In that case, we interpret it as a infringement against women, as a force coming down on women. No, Jesus was liberating women. He was not saying literally only on the grounds of adultery. He was talking to men where women were actually used like chattel property. And so he was elevating women, saying, no, you can't do that. Because when you did that, you forced them into prostitution. Because women are already subordinate. So the only thing you do is be controlled by their parents as an adult woman, or go into prostitution to support herself. He said, no, don't do that. But anyway, as you can see, it's a passionate thing of mine, and it's a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very
We are
much.
very grateful for the knowledge that you've imparted. I mean, it seems like a massive battle ahead of us, but I think it is one that we should take on and assist with training and education of not only the pastors, but also of the congregants, as you said. But thank you very much, and we are very grateful for your presentation this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Our next speaker would be the Commissioner of Police. The Commissioner of Police, our new Commissioner of Police, is a long-standing police officer. He joined the force in the 80s, somewhere around 1989. He comes to us highly qualified. He has moved through the ranks of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. He has been exposed to all facets of policing. We have in our Commissioner of Police, Mr. Paul Rowe, a highly qualified and efficient officer. And we are so proud that you would join us this morning. And as I had the opportunity to see and speak with the Commissioner briefly yesterday, and he was sharing that he has been married for over 30 years. And when he said that, I told him, we really need your voice in this fight. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Commissioner of Police, Mr. Paul Rowe. Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Christie. Yes, indeed. I went home yesterday and I confirmed with my wife that it was actually 32 years that we have been married. And this morning we went to do our early morning walk. And as usual, I beat her in the race. Okay. And so thank you very much again, Pastor Brennan. A very insightful presentation. And I'll just continue on from where you left off. And I'll start my presentation this morning with a quote from Virginia Law Register, Volume 3, NS, August 1917, number 4, right of husband to chastise wife. Under the early Roman law, the marital power of the husband was absolute. and he could chastise his wife, even to the point of killing her. During the later period of the Roman law, the husband's power over his wife was much curtailed. You look at Blackstone, which says, after speaking of the husband's right of chastisement under common law, says the civil law gave the husband the same or larger authority over his wife. Under common law, and in Great Britain, the husband had the right to inflict moderate chastisement on his wife, provided he used the switch no greater or no larger than the size of his thumb. We in the Bahamas follow British common law and have been taught for many decades that the man is in charge of the woman, and this has been accepted for many years in churches and in the home. By March of 1999, nearly 100 years later, at the Interagency Video Conference for a World Free of Violence Against Women, former Secretary General to the United Nations, Kofi Annan, affirmed, violence against women is perhaps the most shameful human rights violation, and it is perhaps the most pervasive. This statement rings true today as women are still predominantly subjected to violence. In a published report by the World Health Organization, 1 in 3 women worldwide have experienced either physical and/or sexual intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence in their lifetime. And as many as 38% of murders where women are victims are committed by a male intimate partner. In the Bahamas, domestic violence continues to be a serious concern for women. In 2019, last year, 69% of domestic violence was perpetrated against women, and 60% as of October 31st this year. And that gave us 2 more months to complete that 9%. So it's still very high. Still very high, it's almost 70%. This gender disparity supports the heightened attention for women's rights. During the 1960s and 70s, the world witnessed a mass diverse social movement supporting the equality and protection of women. Many studies support the view that women experience greater occurrences of injury resulting from domestic violence, and that they also suffer higher rates of assaults. According to the Royal Bahamas Police Force's statistics, assaults are among the highest category of domestic violence. In 2019, there were a total of 878 martyrs compared to 369 as of October 31st, 2020, which is a marked reduction. Although importance is sometimes disproportionately placed on women, domestic violence threatens men, children, and other family members as well. But due to social norms and biases, men are much more reluctant in their reporting. According to the United Nations, domestic violence is described as a pattern of behavior in any relationship that is used to gain or maintain power and control over an intimate partner. This violence can be physical, sexual, emotional, economical, psychological actions or threats of actions that influence another person. This includes any behavior that frightens, intimidates, terrorizes, manipulate, hurt, humiliate, blame, injure, or wound someone. The fight against domestic violence and efforts to avoid it are not limited to the police alone, but a host of community stakeholders, including Department of Social Services, the Bahamas Crisis Center, religious organizations, family, and friends. However, police officers play a more pivotal role in maintaining this problem, as they are more likely to be the first to respond. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us, this arm of law enforcement, while acting as mediators, to have a working protocol and knowledge to deal with any form of domestic violence, as their views, attitudes, and actions play a significant role in determining the outcome. You look at the response of law enforcement, As first responders to domestic disputes, police officers must possess adequate conflict resolution training to quickly and decisively resolve contentions, restore peace, deal with alleged offenses, and prevent any further disturbance from becoming a public nuisance. This is the view of the Royal Bahamas Police Force as presented in policy. This policy on domestic disputes outlines the course of action to be taken. Officers of this organization are mandated to impartially respond to domestic matters and follow a series of actions dictated by the nature of the dispute and the attitudes of the parties. But before the discharge of any action, the police must immediately assess the situation and be uncompromising to not only their safety, but to the safety of all. An assessment of the disputes include early ensuring that there is no evidence of any criminal assault or other offense, ensuring that either of the parties is not in breach of any matrimonial order under the Sexual Offenses or the Matrimonial Violence Act of 1991, ensuring that no safety concerns exist for either parties if they were to remain on the same premises, and ensuring that necessary referral, if any, is made to the appropriate agencies. Police officers rely on the dispatcher to apprise them on the nature of all incidents and history of all parties involved. This is to alert them about the likelihood of danger at the scene. Officers should always be mindful of the role they play and approach this potentially volatile situation with tact and sensitivity. Based on the nature of the domestic dispute, the officers can exhaust numerous courses of action to quell the disturbance and reinstate order. 5 courses of action include mediation. Officers seek to restore peace between conflicting parties. Separation, suggesting the temporary and voluntary separation of the parties, such as one person leaving that environment for the night. Or 3, a warning. If there is a continuing threat of a disturbance, both parties will be warned. 4, referral. If additional specialist skills are needed, the Social Services Department or other specialized agency will be reached to assist in resolving the dispute. Informal referral is also used, including relatives, friends, or religious groups. And 5, arrests. This is absolutely the last resort. However, this is required in cases where there's evidence of injury, threats, or possession of firearm or other offensive weapon. Issues with arrest. While arrest is the last resort, it is not discretionary once the element or evidence of the commission of an offense is present. Arresting the perpetrator at the scene of a domestic dispute is often seen as a double-edged sword. With women and children as the predominant victim, there's often an overarching and underlying psychological, economic, and even physical dependence on male abusers. The fear that uncertainty of relocation, economic instability, legal action, child custody issues, disrupted social networks, and termination of emotional connection with the batterer. Hence, victims who are female may either renege on the obligation to testify against their abusers once legal action is initiated. Statements thus become the primary testimony, and the lack of victim appearances in court may ultimately detract from the legitimacy of the case. As a result, cases may be dismissed. If allowed, this becomes a distraction to officers who may feel as though their efforts are in vain. However, officers still have a non-discretionary obligation to apprehend the suspect in alignment with the arrest policy guidelines. Additionally, there are occasions where attempts have failed to coax the participation of parties, and officers sometimes encounter threats and violence from both offenders and victims. This behavior impedes the officer's investigation process, which can contaminate evidence. Albeit, an issue of morale, it is nonetheless a vital issue and factor that this repeated habit of victims can negatively affect individuals' officers' attitudes toward domestic disputes involving female victims who may find themselves in this predicament. Police officers may become susceptible to this deceptive habit of abuse victims and ultimately take such matters less seriously, to the detriment of the integrity of the officer and the establishment of public trust. It is paramount then that police officers, especially those who are deployed in departments and divisions with such duties that will undutifully put them in frontline contact with domestic disputes, be continuously trained, prompted, and reminded of the importance of dealing with each instance as intently and seriously as the Department of the Police officers requires. A look at domestic disputes involving officers. Some view police officers as the most visible and important actors within the criminal justice system because they serve as its gatekeepers. As a result, when allegations of domestic violence arise within the various ranks of the organization, it is important that the same level of scrutiny, sensitivity, and impartiality be given to each officer. It is understandable that some persons may believe that the organization has biases towards police involved in domestic violence. However, this is untrue. The Royal Bahamas Police Force has designed a policy to address this issue, as it is known that domestic violence has no face. Police officers who encounter disputes involving other police officers must ensure that the officer involved is of a lower rank than the investigating officer. It is also required that police control be informed so that assistance can be sent to the investigating officer. There will be no internal disciplinary actions if it is revealed that a criminal offense was committed by the accused officer, as he will be dealt with under the normal legal processes. All matters of this nature will be forwarded in writing to the commissioner from the officer in charge of that division. It is of major note that the job of police officers is a high-stress job. It can be surmised that where there is a high stress levels and inadequate method of de-stressing in play, social ills are bound to wreak havoc. While it cannot and should not be used as an excuse for intolerable behavior, it is general knowledge that individuals under excessive or repeated stress without significant distressing begin to display habits which are harmful to themselves and others, and thus considered unsociable behavior. With the pre-existing knowledge of these risk factors, major organizations around the globe attempt to incorporate healthy social events, habits, and functions as a means of distressing for their employees. In recent times, we have reinstated Police Month, hosted by the Royal Bahamas Police Force, which is one such social event created to engage more healthy social and familial connection and to distress officers while fostering camaraderie. We are not without criticism, and there has always been criticism levied against the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Many times they are without merit. Nonetheless, it is important that the police remain focused on its mandate to protect life and property and to preserve the peace. Over $1 million has been spent on safety and accountability infrastructure. Officers are now equipped with body cam that monitor their interactions with the public. And these cameras will be used for future assessment. Additionally, we have other technologies that will help to guide police officers with their action. But you look at the challenges then in investigating domestic cases. Police officers encounter challenges that may delay effective courses of action. The reluctance of victims and witnesses to participate in initial interviews can be frustrating and too often presents itself as an impediment to the resolution of problems. Systematically, police officers arrive at domestic disputes and are greeted by both parties, who may be eager to invite officers into the home with the intention of having the police take their sides in disputes. Domestic violence victims often refuse to provide useful information, regardless of whether they initiate contact with the police. Oftentimes, victims just want the police to de-escalate the situation and quell the temper of the aggressor rather than apprehend. This feeling is exacerbated when the offender is the sole provider in the household or serves in a parental role. According to Royal Bahamas Police Force policy, officers must presume that reports of domestic abuse correlates with and connect to patterns of repeated relational strains among the parties involved. The pre-existing notion of repeated abuse prompts officers to be intent on assessing the root of the problem, which initially brought the dispute to the police attention. Albeit, mediation is one of the primary functions of police officers as third-party participants to domestic disputes. It is incumbent upon the organization itself to train its officers and its communities on effective mediation. In the absence of the police, disputes often take time to elevate. It appears that disputes become nuisances and threats to the public peace only after a considerable amount of time, during which simple yet effective mediation techniques can alter the cause of disputes, thus disrupting such patterns. The current era of community policing is one in which such challenges can be met with hand-in-hand partnership between the community and the Royal Bahamas Police Force, as we, in partnership with specialist Bahamas government agencies, including Social Services Department. So although there has been remarkable efforts to curtail the issue of domestic violence, it remains a problem with long-term consequences for the victims. There are still too many women around the world who suffer at the hands of the intimate partners. In the Bahamas, the police has been a reliable arm for the protection of domestic violence victims. Within the last 2 years, the Royal Bahamas Police Force has worked tirelessly to decrease domestic violence in the country. As of October 31st, 2019, there were 3,466 reported domestic matters and 1,955 as of October 31st, 2000. This represents an overall decrease of 44%. However, the police cannot prevent and eliminate this scourge with law enforcement tactics and applications alone. Community policing efforts, along with conflict resolution training, are pivotal elements that must be included in dissuading the social ills of domestic violence and abuse. There is a role for all parts of the society, including Parliament, the courts, the media, non-government institutions, and all individuals. The Royal Bahamas Police Force has implemented reforms in a number of ways, including establishing a sexual crime unit, partnering with civil groups, and changing policies and procedures. The officers are always reminded to follow the guidelines in the policy when interacting with this issue, as to convey sensitivity, patience, impartiality, and calmness. The organization will continue to partner with other institutions to organize seminars and workshops that will assist in providing information and training to better deal with domestic violence. Ladies and gentlemen, that's my presentation this morning.
Thank you very much, Commissioner of Police. We thoroughly enjoyed the information, and thank you for imparting that policy so that we're all aware as to what role the police plays in this fight against domestic violence. Are there any questions for the Commissioner of Police?
Would Mr. Rule like to address the concept of forming a specialized domestic violence division in the Royal Bahamas Police Force as being done in Trinidad and Tobago? This would ensure that the officers would be motivated and trained to respond to appropriately to these situations, respond appropriately to these situations. That's what one of the Texas wrote.
Yeah, yesterday, Mr. Dane, I had a meeting with HSI Representative Barry Barachuk from the United States Embassy shortly after I received my white pin. And one of the discussions that we begin the engagement of is the establishment of this specialized unit. And so I'm open to that idea. That is an embryo right now, and we are trying now. I've shared with him what we have now in terms of the sexual offenses unit, the trafficking in persons unit, and how we can bring all of that, because my original view was to separate the sexual offenses unit, as you are familiar now, out of CID. If you notice what I've done recently is I moved them from on the main general area, and I put the sexual offenses unit now on the ground floor on the east end with their own entrance. So if you have victims coming in to make a complaint, they don't have to go through the front and the office on the desk, because you have persons sitting in the area. And I mean, I don't know that a female is going to come in, walk into CID, and you have 10 people waiting on chassis check, and she's going to say, I've been raped. And the officer asks, what's going on? No.
Yeah.
Able to go in, nobody even know they're there. And we have the sexual suites, what we call the interview suites, for the minors that are located upstairs, which is secluded from the general area. Now that is within the CID building itself. My next move for that is to move them out of there and to find a place where it's going to give you a little bit more privacy, because I mean, you don't want to put it in a place and then everybody see you pull up and they say, oh, that person must get raped. So you want someplace where you can have, people can get there without the general public having the view and knowing that, hey, that's what they're going there for. Yes, I'm open for that idea.
Okay, there's another question out here in the group. Is the decrease in reports evidence of an actual real decrease in domestic violence, insults, or a decrease in willingness to report to the police as primary responders in these situations? Has there been an increase in reports under curfew?
I will give you the facts as they are, and which suggests that we know that historically, whenever in sexual offenses, let's start there. If you get 60 rapes reported, we know that there are probably another 60 that are not reported. Mm-hmm. If you have domestic violence reports, it could be reasonably assumed that whatever those numbers are, that there is probably more because of persons' reluctance to report. That's not a police issue. The police is going to report the figures, but now we have been doing a whole lot to reduce instances of domestic violence. So I don't have any empirical evidence that I can say that the numbers of reports were reduced because of the COVID or because of the lockdown, because in some instances, there might have been increases in certain situations because persons now are beginning to spend more time at home and getting on one another's nerves. But overall, when you look at the general, you have the category of assaults, for example, where in 2019 we had some 3,500. This year so far we have 1,998. When you look at the domestic violence report itself, between intimate partner, last year it was 900 and some, now it's 363. The fact is the numbers are down. I feel good because we have done some things in law enforcement to address domestic violence in the country. And I know that there have been those at the crisis center, social services, they are able to say what their experiences have been, because I believe they can bear me out when I say that we have been doing our referrals. Less more to, I think, with the crisis center, and I've reinitiated that link that we can have a joint, because this thing is all the stakeholders. You're talking about social services, crisis center, the church, family members, and in many instances, the family will say, well, they're going to call the pastor.
Yes.
And once the church gets involved, they may not want the police to get involved, and so we not have that report to the police.
Another question, Mr. Commish. Can the COP state what percentage of abusers are police officers, if he knows?
I don't have a figure, but those that I'm aware of, I can tell you that for the year, we had 2 that I'm aware of, and one of the incidents, it was the same couple. I dealt with it, and their wife came back and withdraw.
Okay.
And the first instance, she had some surgery, went home, and I guess moved out of the home, and he went where she was, break up the windows, and flood the house with water. And she made a complaint, and then she withdrew. They made up. He picked her up, and they went out, and then he somewhere on the street, and he pushed her out of the moving car, and she got some injuries. She came back again. We made a complaint. I said, listen, I'm going to take a complaint from you. And then she came back and said, no, I don't want a complaint because I have 2 children, and he has my children on his insurance. The children are in school. I don't want them to lose insurance. I said, but I have to take action. And we took him into custody. And this woman fought us tooth and nail, gone and get a lawyer, challenged me on the same authority, the provision of the act. Okay. And so I didn't put it before the court. Instead, I transferred him to a different island, and then he went and reported me to some other place. So
Commissioner goes on.
Commissioner, if I might just say, there are lots of reasons why women withdraw these cases from before the court, and it's much deeper than we think. And I think that's a whole topic. Dr. Patterson would be able to assist us in getting to the bottom of it. But there are many, many reasons why women withdraw these cases from before the court. And yes, one of them is that their financial, it's a financial, she depends on his finances. And as you have just indicated, the children insurance and all of that. So yeah, there are many, many reasons why women withdraw these cases from before the courts. And that's really unfortunate. And you see, the thing is, it doesn't stop. The abuse doesn't stop. It continues.
Right.
And I think Dr. Patterson will tell you that sometimes it takes about up to 7 times, 7 different events before a woman finally gets, well, this is it. I can't take it anymore. And then she decides to put her foot down and take action.
Yes.
So there are many reasons. And that we can spend almost a half a day just talking about those reasons why women withdraw these cases. And we do understand that sometimes it's frustrating for the police. And maybe that is one reason why they don't sometimes act with the urgency that they should do. It's because, they figure, oh, here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if the person is known to the police. And so, yes, Commissioner, that's an area that we really need to work on.
Yeah, and I share your sentiments with you, and that's why if you look at all of the 5 interventions that we have in law enforcement, arrest is usually the last, unless under the Domestic Violence Act, there is a provision that mandates the police to take action. But we know at the end of the day. But when you, if you look at the divorce court, for example, you made a very interesting point there when you said that it usually takes about 7 events. And I'll get a request from an attorney saying, I represent this individual who's going through a divorce proceeding and who made some complaints to the police. And usually you get about 7. And at that point, they say, I had enough, going to get a divorce. And when you run the report, it's usually by 6, 7, sometimes maybe 8 or 9.
Yes, unfortunate.
Yeah. But we need other interventions other than, I don't know which one that we can use, that something that is going to put more teeth, whether it's going to be through social services, where we can actually, I know we have the separation orders and those protection orders, but I don't know that they go far enough, because we still have the situation with the abuse going, and it continues on.
Yeah. Well, just speaking of from the our perspective of the Domestic Violence Protection Orders Act of 2007, it really does give the police a very distinct role to play with these protection orders. And I will speak about that later on in the day. So the police really are very important in this fight against domestic violence against women and children.
Yes.
Commish, we have, I have Shanique Ford, you had a question to ask on the group, Shanique Ford?
Yeah, I saw waving a hand.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good morning, all. Commissioner, I want to applaud you as well as all the officers within the organization. I also, from being an officer and being out there on the front line, dealing with domestic disputes, well, some might say that you're being nosy or whatever, but domestic disputes is not just a one-time thing. From my observation, it's something that you have to continuously check on so that, just that little visit might bring some form of resolution. And as simple as your little initiatives, which you do by doing the community outreaches and whatever else that you may do, whereas you go in the communities and go from door to door, as little as that may seem, that breeds a whole big advantage. And it even lessens the problem. That's why I noticed that you said that the numbers have dropped. So, sir, I applaud you and I wish you all the best. And to be a good police officer, like I say again, you have to be a nosy officer. And being nosy means one time you don't just go to a complaint. That have to be something continuous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shanique. One of the attributes when we go in training school of a police officer is to be inquisitive. That's being nosy. You're supposed to be nosy.
Okay.
You ask a question, what is this all about, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Please don't be ashamed to be nosy.
Excellent, Kavish. Apparently there's a writer from Grand Bahama or somewhere, the family island, that asks if the same efforts towards domestic violence by the RBPF is going to be placed in Grand Bahama and all the family islands. It's going to be beefed up the same way.
Yeah, I want to say that if you look at my policing plan for 2020, I have highlighted and mandated officers. If you look what has been happening in Grand Bahama has been doing a lot, but not to the extent that we have been doing here in New Providence. And I think in some of the family islands, they've held seminars and events. But because we were in the state of emergency in this COVID environment and having restrictions on the ability, and I'm hoping that soon, because it's going to be in my policing plan for 2021 as well, because it is a problem and we want to step that up even further as we move into, so you will, yes, the short of it is, I expect to see more of it in the family islands and an increase in Grand Bahama.
Another question, Commish, that popped up and summarizing it, one of the texters suggests that maybe some of these presentations or some of these presenters can be more available to the RBPF and their training programs to come on and put some of these presentations, to add some of these presentations as to the great things that you are doing that can add to this.
Well, repeat that. You mean for the training of the RBPF?
Yeah, the officers. And maybe this information here, while I know we have some police officers logged on, that at some point it could be that the presenter set up a forum where some of these same presenters can present to your wider body of different aspect of domestic violence.
Yeah, we do that for the benefit of the person and that's asking the question. We do that and we invite the outsiders to come in and do. As a matter of fact, I believe I've seen officers from just about all of our islands.
Yes.
You perhaps have more police officers on than Rotarians. Don't answer the poll, but I'm saying the listing in there. And it's
I hear you.
police officers. And so they are getting this today as well.
Thank you. Commissioner, while we have posed questions there, I just want to say what some of the presenters have said. This is coming from our AG. Thank you for this presentation, Commissioner. Thanks for your effort in this regard. It's a difficult job, and hopefully a specialized unit can be put in place. Thank you, Commissioner. Your continued attention to this is vital and appreciated. And so, Commissioner, I think our readers, our listeners are well pleased based on your presentations and complimentary remarks. It tells us about the work that is being done, and we will continue support from Rotary and the Crisis Center. Will be continued support.
Yeah, just before you go, Commissioner, we really need to congratulate the person who put forward the suggestion of creating a specialty unit to deal with domestic violence. I think it's a wonderful idea. I cannot speak on behalf of Dr. Patterson, but I'm sure she would be interested. And we would offer our assistance and helping in any which way that we can in helping you, if that is the way you wish to go, in setting up a specialty unit to deal with domestic violence. But thank you very much, Commissioner. We're really enlightened by all of the policies that you have put in place and those that you will put in place further in 2021. Thank you very much. And really and truly, we tend to set up these meetings, training and educational programs, and we tend to forget about our family islands. So please, let's not forget about them and include them, because they need all of this information and training so that they can assist and give valuable help in their communities. So thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody.
The information is really wonderful, and I hope that our audience is taking it in and logging on their questions. And really and truly, this is something that we need to share beyond this audience, but we'll see what happens hereafter. Anyway, I'd like to move on to our next speaker, who is Mrs. Donna Nichols. She has been involved in the fight and education of our community against domestic violence for many years. She is the Senior Director of the Crisis Center. She is involved in our counseling services and the work that we perform at the Crisis Center. So I'd like to call on Mrs. Donna Nichols now to make the presentation on understanding the victim, another very important area.
Hi, good morning, everybody. It is my absolute pleasure, as usual, to present on the victim. Now, I'm doing a little bit more on this presentation. I'm trying to pull all of us in so we understand that we're all a part of this whole advocacy to help victims. So by the end of my short presentation, number one, I want us to consciously see the victim. And I'm using the term intimate partner violence because we're talking about behind closed doors. So I've used that, that definition. I want us to become aware of ways to be more supportive or supportive and more supportive of the victims. And for us to commit to the ongoing advocacy to protect the rights of victims and not just give lip service. I really want us to join the advocacy and want something better and want more the rights for the victims. So I want to start. It's an ancient parable. It's an ancient poem. I think I did it when I was in first or second form. That means I was 11 or 12, and now I'm 67. So you know how long this poem has been there, and it's like from 18 something. But it's a poem that we can all identify with, and most of us may know it. And it's the poem about the blind man and an elephant. And what happened is that I adapted it because I don't want in any way to offend the community, our community of persons with disabilities. And so I want us to think about not as people who are impaired visually, but those of us who have on blindfolds. And we'll talk about what those blindfolds are. So what it is that there are 6 of us who encountered an elephant for the first time, but we have on blindfolds. And so the story goes that the first person touched the legs and stated it was a tree trunk. The second touched the tail and said it was a rope. The third person touched the air and said, my goodness, it's a fan. The fourth touched the trunk and declared it was a snake. The fifth touched the body and declared it was a wall. And the sixth blindfolded person touched the tusk and declared it was a spear. So all these assumptions and the drama around the assumptions when it really was an elephant. And so why I'm using this analogy, when we see a victim, I want us to see the victim for who she is and not for the blindfolds that we have on that we're going to use to judge her, and that I want to continue with the presentation this morning. The second one is the victim figuratively. So who we don't see, because as I said, we are so blinded by our perceptions and misconceptions. And I want to also add our love for drama. Oh my goodness gracious, okay? So, and remember, drama conceals the truth, or we use drama because we want to run away from the truth. So we want to see the victim as she really is. So just a quick overview, because there's a part of this that is really important. Understanding violence continues to be a chosen resolution to conflicts, and it's a means to exert power and control over another person, which we know. But I want us to also remember this when we're in that judgment mode, that abusive relationships usually begin with little things and then increase gradually, often with dismissal comments that seem harmless, but are purposefully crafted to manipulate and ultimately control another person and diminish their sense of worth. And that's really what happens to a victim over time. And abuse actually is a behavioral choice. And as the commissioner, I just want to say, as the commissioner said, because in this, when he talked about how sometimes the police officers are frustrated, and there's no two ways about that. Yes, they are. But we must understand that by then, this person's sense of worth is so diminished that they really think that this abuser is their ticket to everything. And so we have to, when I say we need to see the victim, this is what I mean. And of course, who is a victim? Usually when I give this presentation and we're all in a room together, I say, look beside you, look left and right, look in front of you, look behind you, look on this Zoom if you're sharing this and seeing everybody, look at the Zoom people, whatever, I don't know how you call it, the screen. Persons in the mall, co-worker, people on the bus, in the gym, anyone, anywhere can be a victim. And might I also add, can be an abuser. There is no universal profile for a victim. And that's sometimes where we get really unhelpful dialogue, okay? Types of violence, and the police commissioner talked about that, physical, emotional, sexual, and we have social, emotional, environmental. And some of these things are easy for us to go and do some more research and see what they are. So I'm not going into those details. But we have to understand too that many forms of abuse are invisible to the eye. And the threshold for tolerance for the abuse will be different from each victim depending on a multiple of factors. It is as deep as it is wide, okay? So we're going to just look at some signs of abuse. And you know, I pull this down because it's limited time, but there are lots of others. So we're going to talk about first. The first one is really important because they become more isolated from family and friends. And this is a way that an abuser uses, like abuse 101, just separate you from family and friends. Then you don't have anybody but the abuser. And because the family and friends don't understand and not not really, understanding the dynamics of what's happening. They just fall away too and don't understand that an abuser also grooms all of us. So when the victim talks about it, we say, can't be, no, not that person, you know? So not enjoying activities that they used to enjoy, absences from work or school, spends excessive time with the other person. You know, the commissioner said he's married so many years. I actually am married 42 years and I'm very close to my husband. We do a lot of things together, but we're not on top of each other, you know, and so it's not like 24/7, we're just in each other's space. Khalil Gibran says, let there be space in your togetherness. But there's some abusers who just want to smother the victim and she has no outlet anywhere. It's just there. And it's just like I say too, that if somebody has to text you 10, 15, 20 times a day, that's stalking, not love. Okay, so that's just a little sideline. Afraid to displease, accusations of having affairs. Now that is classic 101 too, because it diverts from the behavior of the abuser. Personality changes, how they act or dress. Visibly physical injured with lame excuses, nervous and anxious, self-blame, subject to verbal put-downs and disrespect in front of others, and makes excuses for the behaviors of others. There are many more. I just tried to pull it down to things that we could relate to because these might be things that we see all the time. Okay. And then the effects of the abuse on the victim: diminished productivity at work, sense of hopelessness, sense of worthlessness, PTSD, physical health issues, panic attacks, substance abuse, and others. And so we have to know that this person is going through a lot, you know, while this is happening. So let's talk about now, and I want to spend two minutes or so on this particular slide because it's really important. Why victims stay. And as we say, and you know, when I used to give presentations, workshops to police officers years and years ago, you know, during my early advocacy years, and you know, the police officers used to complain that they go, and the commissioner spoke about this, that they go on the scene and it's violent and they press the charges and they go to court, and lo and behold, the day of court, the victim is walking in with the abuser, hand in hand, smiling and everything and so on. And the police saying, what? But we have to remember that, you know, people don't want a relationship to end. They want the abuse to stop. So when I say it's as deep as it's wide, and as Mrs. Christie says, sometimes it's even with intervention in a violent situation, it's 7 times. Going and coming and going and coming. Our job is to hold space and to be patient and not to say, you again? What? Our job is to say, if you come to me, I reach my hand out and I said, yes, I can help. If it's 50 times, yes, I can help. That's our job. That is our job. Okay? So there are many myths about intimate partner violence. The reasons for staying in abusive relationships are far more complex than they appear and not necessarily indicative of the victim's character or strength of will. Let's see her. Let's consciously see her. Some of the reasons are fear. Oh, many ways of fear, you know. Years ago, I had a lady who her husband had a gun in her, let's put it that way, okay? And so there are things that happen that are very dire. Lack of resources means to support herself and family. And that is, I mean, she could be working. It's not like somebody is totally dependent, but like with the commissioner talked about, this lady, her children are in school. She could help, but she can't do everything. She needed the help. And so for me, I don't know the law. So, you know, I'm just making a suggestion as a layperson. in that case, if the husband was going to be removed from the thing, I don't know if the law could say, okay, a part of his salary would be allotted. What he would normally do to pay the school fees would still do it. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there. So don't get on me and say, you know, you're stupid, because I'm just throwing it out there. Okay. Lack of support services or poor response by support services and authority. That has improved tremendously, but we still have a long way to go. Unsupportive family and friends. And that's the same thing. The family say, she don't want our help because we're telling her to come. She don't want to come, or she comes and she goes back and so on. We have to see, please, the victim as she is. Societal apathy, traditional thinking, you know, till you part. But, you know, death don't have to be a physical death, you know. Death means death of the relationship. Death inside. I feel dead inside in this relationship. So it has ended. And so we have to get out of that traditional thinking and, you know, have some new thought. Let's put it that way. Fear of losing the children. Limited resources for short-term emergency housing and no long-term transitional housing. Now, you could challenge that because I'm not sure. It might have changed now. So somebody from social services may say to me, no, Donna, we now have long-term transitional housing, which I would hope, but as far as I'm concerned, there's none, but they could be, or limited. Maybe I should have put limited. Victims' lack of knowledge of and or access to safety and support, not really knowing what to do, where to go, who to go to. And societal factors, I have to put this one in because it's very important. And remember now, I support healthy relationships. I am totally in support of healthy marriages and healthy relationships, okay? But there's a societal factor that teaches women to believe their identities and feeling of self-worth are contingent on getting and keeping a man. And we have to really move away from that. But it comes with each person being confident about themselves, confident in the relationship that really is complementary and not hierarchical, not one above the other, but it's the both of us walking side by side towards our best good. And that's what a healthy relationship looks like. And that's what we're trying to promote. So this slide on why victims stay is really, really critical. And we have to remember it's as deep as it's wide. Very, very important, okay? So let's identify our blindfolds, because no matter what I said before, if you're still blinded, then you're not going to you're not going to be able to see or hear. What are your biases? What makes you biased? The challenge is to look at the published list of IPV or domestic violence myths and challenge your belief when you're more informed. So you're going to actually look now at what your biases are. How do you discriminate? Color, class, nationality, faulty assumptions, religion. They shouldn't even be here. Look how she talk. Look how he smell. Da, 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 da. This is somebody who is reaching out for help. And all you can think about is how they sound, whether they should be here or not, whether they were wearing something, whether they shouldn't be where they are. This good. Okay, I think I've said enough there. Measure your intolerance level and see what internal work you need to do. Because a lot of times when we stand in judgment, it's really because we don't want to face what we ourselves are doing, what we fear, so we project it, okay? Time to evaluate your judge and jury verdicts. Okay, we are so judgmental. And so what I want to ask you is, what beam do you need to remove from your eye? Let's sit there one little second. What beam do you need to remove from your eye when you're looking at this person? So moving right along. What do survivors of domestic violence, intimate partner abuse want? They want to be safe. They want to be believed, taken seriously, and respected. Yes, even if it's the 7th or the 10th time. Interventions that help to build self-esteem and provide information for empowerment. Support system to help them through this experience. Options based on their circumstances, explain to them clearly and honestly. And I just need to say there, because sometimes when a person comes in, I'm saying, you know, we can't take you out of that house. There is no other way. So perhaps your best thing is to get a protection order. So it's really communicating what we can do and what we cannot do. We cannot promise somebody what we can't deliver on, because this person is already in a very vulnerable position. It's very important that we understand that. And we need to support to cope with the effects of the abuse on their children. And so your role, our role, if we know somebody or suspect that they're in an abusive relationship, we have to be supportive and not judgmental. We have to encourage them to disclose to a confidant. We need to share factual information with them, brochures, pamphlet, websites. There was a case, this is very many years ago, that a lady came in, and I had given her a brochure, and I went downstairs from the crisis center to get another brochure. When I came back into the counseling room, she was visibly upset, and she was upset with me. She says, "You didn't tell me he came here. You didn't tell me he was here. You didn't tell me that you spoke with him." And she was so upset. And I said, "Ma'am, no, what happened?" She was looking at the pamphlet and the things that we wrote, that they say, how we love you, or we'll never do this again, and so on. She thought that it was because her husband had come in and told us those things, not seeing that it was a brochure based on facts, based on research. And so we give pamphlets so she can understand and say, oh, it's not just me. This is something that happens to others. And then we're able to do some more work, some good work, because she understood that. So encourage them to reestablish relationships with family and friends. Okay, so really and truly, we're trying to help them to be more of who they are. So how can you help? Start by believing that this is a real problem in the lives of many victims. Educate yourself about domestic violence and intimate partner violence. Help create an environment in which the victims feel comfortable talking about the abuse. Be careful of the language that you use when talking to the victims. Be very careful of that language. Know how to ask the right questions to let the victim know that you're there for them, you're understanding, you have empathy. But you also have to explain the limits of confidentiality, because as we know, and I'm sure most of this audience will know, if they disclose the abuse of a minor, or they disclose that they may hurt themselves or others, then we're mandated to report that. And we have to say that up front. Be aware of support services that are available locally and keep supplies of information to pass on. Be aware of signs that could indicate domestic abuse is taking place. Validate and support victims who do reveal abuse. Encourage the victim, I just said that, but this is important to reestablish ties with family and friends. Encourage the victim to seek counseling. Sometimes we have to help them to develop a safety plan. Sometimes it's to seek legal counsel. Ensure confidentiality. If you need to share the information with other agencies, follow the guidelines and be honest and upfront with the victim. And so you also may want to assist the victim in finding employment, or training in job skills, or requalifying training, so that she can become self-assured and become economically independent. And this way she can gain more faith in her own abilities. So it's really about empowerment of that person. Safety planning, just quickly, I'll just talk about a few things. You can find this on many websites, crisis center website. Photocopy all important documents and give them to somebody to keep. get new prescriptions for essential medication, cut keys for house, vehicle, office, leave money, clothes, and so on with a trusted friend, have a code system with a neighbor or friend, find out about legal matters, you know, let the school know that you're having problems just in case, because sometimes the children act up, and so on and so forth. There can be others. The crisis center response, we've always been advocates for victims, always. Our advocacy never stops. So our group, our administrator, our director, and all the volunteers, we have just over the years worked tirelessly just to help the community to be more aware. And now what we're saying is that we want you to be more aware. We want you to be into an action mode. Victim support, we have a 24-hour hotline, we have a counseling clinic, we do educational workshops, we collaborate with other stakeholders, we have volunteer training, we have information on our website that you can download and print and share. Challenges, societal apathy towards intimate partner violence. I don't know what else to say. Societal norms that still enable abusers who are often excused from taking responsibility for their actions. We do that. And so we need to stop that. Impunity for offenders, we talked about that. Lack of shelters, lack of collaboration between stakeholders. We do collaborate. I'm not saying that we don't, but we need to be, it has to be more. I want to ask you to describe in detail an experience you might have had as a victim. Car was stolen, somebody could have hit you, somebody could have called you a name, whatever, when you felt violated, stole some money from you, you know, whatever. So what happened? What did you think about while it was happening? Who did you tell? Who did you consciously not tell? How did you feel? What did you do? What were the immediate after effects? What were the long-term effects? And what is it like to remember it now? Put yourself in a position where you felt like a victim. We're trying to create some empathy here. So there are many resources. The Crisis Center, the Child Abuse Hotline, the police, and I don't have this up, but I could have. Call a family member, see a counselor, psychologist, see the HR manager at work, speak with a priest or pastor. So how does counseling and support help? What do we do to help to enable the victim? Well, my aim as a counselor when I'm encountering a victim is to help them to become victorious over the trauma, to help them to work through the trauma. We don't forget things, forget and move on. No, that is very, very, very mean. We don't forget things. But when we experience trauma, it has power over us. So we said before, there are different ways that it affects us and has control over us. The thinking about it, the feeling that comes with it, and so on. So in the counseling, what we're trying to do is minimize the effect that the trauma has on the victim. And so afterwards, after we've been in session and worked through whatever comes up and so on, it has no longer the power it had before. She remembers, but it doesn't have the power over her that it used to have. So it's a memory, something that you didn't want to happen, but it no longer has the power over you. Our collective job is to remove the blindfolds, drop the drama, and hold space for the victim as they traverse this journey back to wholeness. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that powerful presentation, Donna.
You're most welcome. Yes.
Ms. Nichols, can you take questions?
Yes.
The participant wants to thank you for mentioning being mindful of the language used with victims. Can you please expand on this point?
Okay. Sometimes, in fact, I have a slide with that, but I left it off. I was hoping that would come up. Well, I'm just going to talk. I have a slide that said woeful dialogue, and because the woeful dialogue is usually victim blaming. So the language that I'm talking about is making sure that the language is not victim blaming. So we might say things like, if she's provoking that man, what does she expect? When we're not saying, and we're not saying that that does not happen, but what we wanted to do is put equal emphasis on the fact that the person who is supposedly being provoked can respond in a different nonviolent way. Consent, we talk about, well, what about consent? We say we have the language with an abuser about consent, and you say, well, isn't that his right? Aren't you married, or weren't you going out with him? Did you whatever? She must love the beating, or why would she leave? So you say to her, well, why you don't leave? You know what I mean? You like it? You must have loved it. That's a common one, you know? Not that nice man. He ain't doing that to you. If you are wearing that, what do you expect? So when I talk about that, I mean, we make sure that the things that we're saying are not victimizing the victim even more or victim blaming. So we have to check the way we say things. Nobody loves the abuse. As I said before, that's really important. Most people do not want the relationship to end, even though there are times when the relationship must end, but that's not our duty. Our duty is to inform and hold space. The victim must make up their own mind as to what they want next. I mean, clear, there are sometimes somebody comes to me and I would want to say, come, let me go with you, pack your bag right now, let's go. I would want to say that, but I can't. That is not my prerogative. My prerogative is to give you the information, hold space for you while you work it out. And yes, just as how the police are frustrated, we're frustrated too, but we can't show that frustration because that's not my job. So a client will come and 6 months later she comes back, and I know because she came back, she went back into the relay. She said, Ms. Nichols, you think I'm stupid, eh? I said, no. I said, what you need to do is know that we are here, and if you need us, we're here. No judgment, no condemnation. And if you go again for 6 months and come back after 6 months, we're right here to just pick up the pieces. And that's what our helpful job is. That's how we help victims. That's how we actually take off the blindfolds and see the victim.
Ms. Nichols, I think just a comment, a complimentary remark of a point you raised. Excellent reminder that the abuser often grooms not only the victims, but those looking on, because I think everybody just thinks it's just the victim, but you say those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We all get sucked into that web of deceit. And so we have to be very conscious about that.
Are there any other questions? Any concerns?
Could I just, Cleo, just say, Mrs. Christie, just say that we do recognize that in the Family Islands, it's difficult because number one, a lot of times they're closed communities and people don't want to speak because it's just such a tight, closed community.
Yes.
And there are not a lot of counselors available to the Family Islands, but they can always call our hotline. You know, our hotline is available. And I think the social services also has a hotline. And so people will feel that if they talk to somebody on the island, there's no confidentiality, and it happens sometimes. We've had many incidents like that, but the hotline is available, and so we can always talk things through remotely. Well, we did remotely, now we are doing remotely, so that's available. But we understand that there is an issue around that in islands, in some of our islands.
Yes. We're moving on to our next presentation. And the next presentation is going to be Dr. Carter, Dr. Novia Carter. Dr. Carter is the director of the National Drug Council. She is the chair of the National Child Protection Council and conducts seminars throughout the country on children and women's rights. Dr. Carter Luckey serves as the clinic director of the Child Advocacy Clinic at the Crisis Center As an educator, psychologist, Dr. Carter serves as an agent of change in our community. So that's a brief overview of Dr. Carter's background. Please let's hear from Dr. Carter, the impact of domestic violence on children.
Pleasant good morning to you all. You are the bars from which your children as living arrows are set forth. When we think about children and domestic violence, one of the key components we must look at is what are the needs of children on the whole? The needs are children need to be in safe, secure environments, free from violence. Children need to have parents that love them and whose whole purpose is to protect them. But more so than anything else, children need a sense of routine and stability. Sadly, so when we look at a lot of children who are victims of domestic violence, a lot of these children are going through a whole lot more. For many children, home is a safe haven. But for many, many, many children throughout our country, this place is not a safe and secure environment. And so a lot of children go through incidents, assaults, hear things, see things that impact their overall development. Let me give you an example. A child shared this with us. Me and my sister are scared, says one young boy who lives in a violent home. Our parents fight a lot and we fear that our father is going to shoot our mother. It's scary every day because you never know what could pop off. I love my parents. I don't want them to split up. I am angry and afraid. How will we eat or where will we sleep if daddy leaves? The reality of this young boy is the reality for countless children throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the question always is, what will his future look like? Who are meeting his needs? And so when we look at domestic violence, when we look at intimate partner violence, or whether you like the term, when we look at violence in the home, it's important for us to wonder or to hold on to one human truth. Violence in the home challenges human rights. It's a problem that exists not only in our country, but this is a worldwide phenomenon where countless children throughout the world are victims of domestic violence. Sadly so, a lot of these children go unnoticed. Sadly so, a lot of these children are not counted in the numbers. Let me give you an example. When we talk about domestic violence, a lot of persons simply look at what goes on in that home. But let's look at what it does for the community. The children who are watching in the neighbor's house are also victims of domestic violence. And so we have already talked about a definition for domestic violence, but I want you to look at it now from a child's perspective. What is domestic violence? It is hostile, it is abusive, and it is neglectful behavior targeted at the child. And that targeted could be whether by the parents or another adult in the home. We have two types of children, those who have direct exposure to the acts of violence. Those are the kids who see it, hear it, even smell abusive behavior. Now, those kids who are direct exposure, be mindful of one key thing. It also involves the kids that live in that neighborhood who are also learning the effects of domestic violence. We also have those children who are exposed indirectly to acts of violence. And those are the kids who may not have seen the actual blows, but you know what they have seen? They've seen the bruises. They've seen the broken objects around the home. They've seen the stressed out parents. And sadly so, they may even go to the full extreme where they've seen the death as a result of a person being involved in domestic violence. And so let's try, before we even tackle it directly, let's have a look at the extent of the program. No, I do not have local statistics, but what we can do is extrapolate from what the worldwide statistics say and try and get an idea of what is our current situation here in the Bahamas. The Center for Disease Control indicated that 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men experience physical domestic violence in their lifetime. A lot of persons have a tendency to raise their eyebrows when they hear that 1 in 7 men are also victims of domestic violence. So let me say this very clearly. Domestic violence is transgenerational, meaning that it can be passed down from generation to generation, but not only that, it doesn't depend on gender. Men can be victims of domestic violence. Maybe not in the numbers that women are, and maybe simply because the male species does not even report it. But I want you to be mindful of the statistics. 1 in 4 women, 1 in 7 men throughout their lifetime has been a victim or has been directly involved in domestic violence. And so what does the statistics look like for us in terms of our children? 1 in 5. Imagine that if we have 60,000 children enrolled in educational institutions, and that's between the age of 5 and 18, 60,000 children. 1 in 5 of those children have been exposed to domestic violence. 1 in 5 of those children are going to need some help. So let's think about it. We like to say children should be counting their blessings, but the reality is some children are counting their bruises. And a lot of times people are looking for those bruises to be physical bruises, but the bruises are on the inside. And that makes it even worse. Many cases, a child's developing brain can be rewired as a result of violence. Kids can grow up believing that violence is normal and that they are to blame for it. And as a result of this, I want you to look at this number. 30% to 60% of perpetrators of intimate part of violence also abuse children. And so when we talked, I heard in the last presentation when the Commissioner of Police was speaking, someone made a suggestion that maybe we need to look at a domestic violence unit within the police force. Let's be mindful, domestic violence and child abuse go hand in hand, and that's a worldwide statistic. So when we're looking at domestic violence, we are also looking at the amount of children that are also being abused, because there is a direct correlation. Those two crimes are directly related. So let's have a look at it. When we talk about brain development, I want you to notice one key aspect. Brain development, the structure of the brain is changed as a result of domestic violence, as a result of trauma, as a result of abuse. And so let's look at it. The picture on your left shows a regular brain. It shows a healthy, happy brain. Notice now the front part of the brain is what we call the thinking part of the brain. In the healthy brain, that part is nicely red and lit up. Red indicating good activity. The brain is working well, the brain is able to think properly, the child is doing pretty well. Now when we come to the brain of the abused child, notice that there are more black areas, meaning no activity is going on. Notice that you will see an increase even in the purple areas, but more pronounced than anything else, you'll notice that the red area, which is showing brain activity, has decreased. Why? This child isn't in cognitive thinking mode. This child is not using their brain for thinking, not using their brain for educational pursuits. This brain is in flight and fight mode. This child is on constant alert. This child is wondering, should I run? Should I stay? This child is wondering, am I going to be okay tomorrow? Am I going to have a gun in my face? Am I going to see my mommy? This child is stressed out. This child is experiencing trauma. So what does it look like? How does domestic violence affect children? It's crazy how it affects children, because not only are we looking on it in terms of brain development, not only are we looking at it physically, we're going to see the behavioral changes in the child. We're going to see emotional changes. We're going to see social changes. And if you put all of these elements together, you are going to see a child that's ripe to become involved in gang activity. You're going to find a child that's ripe for teenage pregnancy. You're going to find a child definitely, and not in all cases, who is not interested in education. But now you see how violence is transgenerational, because now you have an angry child who is acting out against the system, an angry child acting out against their parents. In all actuality, domestic violence is a breeding ground for additional criminal activity. Domestic violence is a breeding ground for a child who will not perform well academically in school. But sadly so, domestic violence also opens the door for a child who will now have physical symptoms. Stomach pains, poor hygiene, nervousness, short attention span. Domestic violence opens up and changes the life of this child. And so a lot of people talk about, when they talk about domestic violence, they simply look at it as the man and the woman who is involved in this dispute. However, let's be mindful of one thing. The person who may be affected the most is the quiet victim, the victim who simply watches and observes, the victim who learns behavior from the way the adults behave. Let's look at it, because I really want you to understand the scope of this problem. Boys who witness domestic violence are twice as likely to abuse their own partners and children. This is a transgenerational. Domestic violence, it is almost as if domestic violence can be passed down from one generation to the other through the gene pool. But look at it again. Males exposed to domestic violence as children are more likely to engage in domestic violence as adults. They are 15 times more likely to be physically or sexually abused. And so when we look at how domestic violence impacts the children, I hope I made the case for you to see that it's traumatic for a child. So let's look at it a little deeper. I want to look at it from a psychosocial development point. Erik Erikson laid out 8 different developmental stages that all of us must go through in order to be what the world perceives as successful adults. But one of the things that happens is when an incident of domestic violence happens, it almost as if it short circuits what we should have gone through in a step-by-step process. Imagine this for a minute. And even a baby in the womb realizes that something isn't right. And so babies, of course, have certain developmental milestones that they should achieve. But when a child is being neglected, even as young as 1, 2 years old, when that child is being neglected, that child realizes it. And the child displays it by either not being potty trained on time. The child displays it by not having a happy disposition. The child displays it by being colicky. And so when we look at domestic violence, I want you to realize one key thing: it impacts the psychosocial development of a child. And as a result of that, the child now socializes differently. A lot of things weren't explained to us in terms of growing up. I think even coming into the Christmas season, a lot of people may not even understand why we buy our children toys. One of the key things, and I guess for me as a psychologist, I watch everything. But for me as a psychologist, I like to watch little people play, 2 and 3 years old. When you see a child playing with a toy, you could get so much from this child in terms of what their home life is like. For us at the Crisis Center, we have a playroom, and there have been many incidents where we put a child in the playroom and we sit down on the ground with the child just to watch how the child plays. Sometimes you could see the violence in the children. Sometimes you watch them with the dolls and they act out sexual behavior. But the real red flag for us comes when a child plays with a toy and they do not talk. When they're not having play talk, when the child is not engaging in a little fight with the 2 little stick men, when the child is not enjoying a tea party and talking to themselves about the tea party, that's an indication that something is not progressing right with the child. Think about your own children's development and think about when you watch them play with their toys, what you saw. Kids who the teachers beat them at school a lot, man, they be killing them little doll when they reach home. Boys with their toys and their trucks, when they're playing at home with their toys and their trucks, they talking about either something they saw on TV. And so when you see a child who now has a doll and slapping and punching and angry in their play, it's a red flag for us. And so a lot of people do not take into account the children, their victims. The bruises that are not physical bruises, but the bruises that are internal bruises are even more dangerous. Let's have a look at this. The bruises that don't always show are in the little boys and the little girls. So what are the boys at risk of that? Learning that males are violent. These young men learn that this is acceptable behavior. From the police force point of view, and even for us in social services, even for us in education, even for us at the Bahamas Crisis Center, it is so sad when we meet a child and you're able to say, I know this family. It's sad when we're able to say, the brother was already in our system. It's sad when we're able to say, I'm the daddy, they're going to jail. And I just need you, all of you, to understand that violence is transgenerational. And so a young boy learns how to treat his mother, how to treat his wife, how to treat his girlfriend by what he saw his father do to females. And so what do these boys learn who are victims of domestic violence? They learn that males are violent. They learn to disrespect women. They use violence as a way to control relationships. And they even develop some confusion and insecurity about being a man because they feel as if might makes right. And so in some cases, and we've seen an increase in it, you see a lot of sibling abuse as well. You see sibling sexual behavior. You see these boys who grow up and eventually they become disrespectful and then sometimes even physically attacking their own mothers. And so what's a good word? The magnitude or how long the arm of domestic violence is, it reaches into the next generation. Let's look at our females, for example. A female who has grown up in a domestic violent home learns that it is okay for a man to hit. If he hit me, he ain't loving me. But this nigga love me strong because he stopped me up when I wear this or when I go out. If your man don't do that, he ain't. And that's the behavior that these young girls learn. They learn that love is shown by a fella not being able to control his temper. And she learned that on the lap of her mommy. Girls involved in domestic violence also learn to accept violence as a part of the relationship. And sometimes even because of their relationship, they are afraid even to ask the man to wear a condom. Because in some of these men's mind, the idea is, if I have to wear a condom with my girl, she out there doing foolishness. And so even though the female wants to ask him to wear a condom, the fear of physical abuse prevents her from doing so. But she also learned on the lap of her mommy that I have to take whatever he gives me. And so if he won't give me a baby after a baby after a baby, this is acceptable. Once again, people, I am hoping that I am demonstrating to you the long arm of domestic violence in terms of its impact on the next generation of children. And so when we look at the impact of domestic violence, a lot of these children have nightmares. A lot of these children is almost in their brains as if the movie keeps playing over and over and over again in their head. And so you'll see children in the classroom environment who are quiet, just simply staring at the board. A teacher who's not aware of it may think he's a quiet boy. She's a good student. They're just sitting there. But in all actuality, the children are living in utter hell because over and over in their mind, the movie that they saw last night just keeps running over and over again. And so what do these children do? They don't want to go home. A lot of these children don't want to see the dad or the mom, whoever's the abusive one. And so they lose interest in doing things that they like to do before, things that they previously enjoyed. They would sit in a corner, they would stare, they would be sad, but more so than anything else, one of the sure telltale signs is this child is anxious. The child is jumpy. The child is, like I said, in constant flight or fight. I either have to fight my way through this or I gotta run. Imagine what space in the brain is available for academic learning. Now, let me be clear on it. There are some children who throw themselves in academia simply for one reason. I gotta get out of this house. They throw themselves behind doing well in school because they look at education as the way out. Let me go off to school and leave these crazy people behind. And so domestic violence doesn't always mean that the child is not going to do well in school. Domestic violence means also for that other child, I have to get out of here. I have to get a scholarship. This is my only way out. So I think I covered this really quickly already, but I'll just go through it again for you really quickly. So children who are exposed to domestic violence show behavioral, social, and emotional problems, the disobedience, the disrespect, the low self-esteem, problems with social relationships at school. The biggest one that the police would also notice, oppositional behavior, hate authority, hate being told what to do, hostility, anger, and of course, aggression. Also, we're going to see cognitive and attitudinal problems, low performance in school, conflict resolution skills seem almost to be non-existent, all right? Violence is the way out. stereotype behavior in terms of I as a man, you as a woman, and you need to rule and this, all of that. Sadly so, another social ill that we see coming directly from this is we have a lot of high school males and females who are also involved in intimate partner violence, even in the high school. So you have boys who are in grade 12 who pushing around their girlfriends in grade 9, who beating some of their little girlfriends. But let me not be gender biased, because the same thing happens too. You may have a nice boy who is older, his girlfriend beating him up as well. And so all of this stems from the family. What's the long-term effect? I think the picture shows the long-term effect. Depression, trauma, pain. And that lasts for a lifetime unless help and hope is obtained. So let's look at it. What does it look like in children? Headaches, stomach problems, allergies, speech disorder, vomiting, bad breath, and overall failure to thrive. But they're also at high risk for developmental delays. You may see a child who's 5 years old who's still bedridden. You may see a 5-year-old who isn't speaking. I think for me, it's almost stagnating when you look and see how domestic violence has the potential to change generations of children. It's staggering to see how we've not we, but society as a whole has never really looked and see how serious domestic violence is on the life of a child. And so for school health and performance, lower grades, school absentee, school suspension. When you look at it, even when we look at domestic violence has the potential to impact national development. Because imagine this, someone who may have been a good student, his life has changed as a result of watching his mommy and daddy. He's changed. And so he's not walking into his potential because he's an angry young man. He's one other Black man that will join the prison workforce. Some of the biggest victims of domestic violence are the smallest people. At the Crisis Center, we like to say, make every child count. Every child we need to look at. So in conclusion, I want to leave these points for you just as a summary. Many children are suffering in silence with little to no support. Children who are victims of domestic violence are denied their right, their God-given right. In fact, the Bahamas government in 1991 signed on to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and that guaranteed children the right to live. It almost as if the government promised children to live in a violence-free Bahamas. We promised that they would grow up in safe and healthy home environments, free of domestic violence. Children who are exposed to domestic violence in the home have academic problems, limited social skills, exhibit violent behavior, delinquent, but more so than anything, they suffer from depression and anxiety. In my opinion, more needs to be done to protect our children and to prevent domestic violence from happening in the first place. Children can be better protected from the effects of domestic violence and better supported in healing following exposure to domestic violence. One of the things though that I want to leave with you, and I just want you to consider it for a minute. Your neighbor who may be involved in domestic violence, that impacts your child, because your child is peeking out through the window and watching. Your child sees their friend next door crying, and they may go and even listen to the stories. So don't feel that because that doesn't happen in my house, that cannot impact my house. Another fallacy that people hold on to is, "It ain't really my business what they're doing over there," but it is your business. I have to fight against domestic violence and child abuse for one thing. I have 3 sons. I cannot guarantee who my sons fall in love with. And so I have to make sure that I am helping as many children as I can, because I just don't know who my boys can fall in love with. And so we know what children need. They need adults who can speak out and break the silence. Children need to learn that domestic violence is wrong and there are non-violent ways to resolve conflicts. Children need to know that there are support services in our country that are promised by the Bahamas government. But more so than anything, children need to know that they are in safe and secure home environments. And if we cannot ensure that their home environments are safe and secure, the government have facilities that these children can grow and thrive in. Our thing at the Bahamas Crisis Center is helping people to realize help and healing is available. And our number is 328-0922. If you know a child who is a victim of domestic violence, if you know a family that needs help, and that help is beyond your scope, the biggest thing you could do is call us. Call us, call the police, so that that family can receive assistance. In closing, for a child, domestic violence lasts a lifetime. Violence, depression, imprisonment, alcoholism, you all notice everything that attacks the fiber of our Bahamian society, the fiber of who we are as a people. But let me leave you with this again. Before you judge someone's life, their past, or who they are as a person, you need to walk in their shoes. Walk the path they may have traveled. A lot of people who we look at and feel that they're okay, they're not okay because they've been victims of domestic violence. So before you could pass judgment, walk in their shoe. Take a walk in the shoe. Here's a few of the people that we've seen. I felt angry and frustrated, upset, annoyed, and every time I used to come home, I used to just stay in my room. And whenever mom shouted at me, I used to hurt her a lot. In my mind. Before attending group at the Bahamas Crisis Center, I was a lot more upset and worried about my mental health and my well-being. Now I'm not as worried how bad my problems are. Relationships have gotten better. Everything because now I feel that people listen about what happened with daddy. When he had a tantrum and went off to the bar, and I just comfort mom and hug her, and she hugged me as well. Some days he would be out and me and mom would watch a movie and have some time together, which he wouldn't even let us do if he was home. I used to help cook with my mom because I enjoy cooking. So we'd help each other get through this. Take a walk in someone's shoe rather than being judgmental. It's easy to look at the neighbor across the street who's a victim of domestic violence and say it's not your business. It is your business because your child is now also a victim of domestic violence. Your child is watching it. Your child is learning about it. And so take a walk in someone else's shoe in order to understand who these children are. One of my biggest complaints, I guess, is when children run away from home. And everybody passed judgment and who she read and she buy a man house and all that, a bunch of foolishness. So we don't know what those children home environments are like. And so a child who is running away, that's a call for help. Let's break the cycle in this country that encourages domestic violence by simply doing this, passing judgment against a child for her runaway behavior. Because we don't know what the home environment is like. We don't know. I leave you with this. The Bahamas Crisis Center is here for help and healing. We are in the restoration business. My thing for all of you is to simply take a stand. Take a stand to speak out against domestic violence. Take a stand that if you see a child being hurt, call us. If you see a child being hurt, report it. But more so than that, watch your own child. Because the violence that your child sees from somebody else's house is impacting even your baby. And so it's important to have conversations. On behalf of the Bahamas Crisis Center, I thank you for your attention. And I now open up the floor for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carter, for that powerful presentation.
Thank you, Madam Christie.
Any questions, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of comments that we get there. We're seeing here places are just reaffirming, and some people are in awe what they're learning. That's what we're generally getting.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please proceed with your question.
Yes, I would just like to make a comment, Marisa Smith from Zonta, to say what a powerful and presentations that have been given today. And we need this session repeated for our community. Great work. Continue to do the great work as we partner and say no to violence in all its forms. Great job.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions or concerns?
Yes, Alfreda Johnson Headley.
Please proceed.
I would like to know, please, whether the slide presentation will be made available to the guests.
The slide presentation is the property of the Crisis Center. No, it will not be made available, but what we can do is send you out some notes from the presentation, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Novia Carter.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christie.
Okay, we'd like now to move to our next presenter, and that's Dr. Harry Ferreira. And Dr. Ferreira has been a professional in the field for many years. And he will speak to us on who is the perpetrator. Very timely, we heard from Mrs. Nichols about the victim. Now we will hear from Dr. Ferreira, who is the perpetrator. Thank you, Dr. Ferreira. Can you now proceed?
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, I understand the way English language works. I am not the perpetrator. I'm going to present about the perpetrator.
Right. I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression, sir.
All right. So my presentation is going to have two parts. Okay. The first part is going to be talking about the perpetrator of violence in a domestic situation. And the second part is going to be about the treatment of that particular issue. Okay. So let's start with the perpetrator and how is the perpetrator identified. Basically, the perpetrator can be either male or female. Okay. And the first thing that takes place in terms of their behavior is what they do and how they do what they do. So we can separate the behaviors, the abusive behaviors or the violent behaviors in a domestic violence situation under 4 categories. Obviously, some of them are quite evident and others may not be as evident. So the first category, obviously, is the physical abuse that everybody can identify, which is the slapping, punching, and those kind of things. The second one is the sexual abuse, which basically covers all 4 sexual behaviors. And the third one is the psychological abuse, which include insults, put downs, control, threats or to inflict harm, suicide, or homicide. And the fourth one is the destruction of pet or property. And this is basically when the perpetrator breaks and destroys things that are of value to the person who is the recipient of the abuse. Now, looking at these 4 categories, what happens is that the physical abuse and the sexual abuse, males are overly represented in those categories. And basically, it has to do with the power differential. Now, when it comes to psychological abuse and destruction of pet and or property, both males and females are equally represented in those categories. And I want to emphasize that equally represented does not mean in any way, shape, or form that women are more psychologically abusive than males, or women are more destructing property than males. Both of them are equally represented in those categories. So, having identified the behaviors, let's move on to the kind of emotions that people who are perpetrators of violence in a domestic situation, what kind of emotions do they have? Typically, there's a lot of insecurity. They feel insecure. There's low self-esteem. And the most salient component of their emotions is a total experience of powerlessness. Okay? Basically, the people who are abusive don't emotionally feel powerless. as a result of those kind of emotions, what kind of thoughts do they have? The first thing is they think that the world is unfair. They think that the world is against them. And in terms of how they view themselves in the world, they blame everything on the world. They take no responsibility for their actions, for their emotions, or for their thoughts. Basically, in those instances, the violence becomes a mean to an end. In other words, by controlling others, I feel more powerful. The problem with that understanding is that I have to increase my violence over and over again to be able to control others. One of the things that has been noted by researchers is the so-called power wheel. Okay, you've heard of the honeymoon phase, the tension building phase, and the explosion phase. Well, basically, the honeymoon phase is when everything is nice and rosy. However, there's still a blaming of the victim. The tension building phase is that part of the wheel where you can see the tension between the two people, and finally the explosion when the actual abuse takes place. Now, the abuse can be, again, can be physical abuse, can be sexual abuse, can be psychological abuse, or can be destruction of pet or property. The issue with that wheel is as time goes on, the honeymoon phase kind of decreases in length and intensity, whereas the tension building phase and the explosion increase both in length and both in intensity. So this is what's happening with the perpetrator. Now we're going to talk about the treatment. And I want to emphasize one thing. The treatment I'm talking about is not anger management. The treatment I'm talking about is empowerment treatment. Is to teach the perpetrator to be empowered, because the understanding is the use of violence is a signal of powerlessness. And we use violence to regain power. So if that understanding is correct, then the treatment is going to follow that we're going to teach these individuals to empower themselves. So when we look at anger, because anger appears to be one of the fuels for this, anger covers up powerlessness. That's the secondary emotion that covers powerlessness. So we use anger to cover powerlessness so we feel more powerful. So we can do a number of things with anger, and basically 3 things. We can stuff the anger, we can escalate the anger, or we can redirect the anger. So violence is a learned behavior. Since it is learned, we can learn something else. What is the treatment for violence? The first step, and I think it's important to understand, is that violence is not okay. The treatment I'm going to talk about works for people for whom violence is an issue, is a problem. There are some people who enjoy being violent. The treatment I'm going to talk about does not address this kind of people. Okay? So, first step is violence is not okay. The second step is to change the mindset. And changing the mindset basically means teaching the individual to understand the world very differently. Teaching the individual that they do have power in the world, to show them how they have power in the world, and not by controlling others, but by controlling themselves. The other step is to learn to understand their emotions, and basically is to develop a high emotional quotient. And basically those individuals learn about their emotions. They learn about themselves. They learn about the warning signals. They learn that anger is a signal, it's a warning signal to other kind of emotions. And once they understand those emotions, they can do something about those emotions. And they learn techniques. They learn timeout techniques, they learn relaxation techniques, they learn to use I statements, and they learn to differentiate between their emotions and their thoughts. So, anger is an emotion. There's nothing the matter with anger. What is the problem with anger is what we do with it. We can do positive things with it by using anger to understand ourselves better, by using anger to marshal energy, or we can use anger in a negative way. And we can use anger to attack others, to destroy others. However, the big thing is to learn different ways to deal with ourselves. So the program in itself is basically about being empowered, learning about oneself, and hopefully providing a model for our families and our children. And this is my presentation. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead with your question, Shari.
Oh, no, I didn't have a question. I just had a comment that was a really good presentation.
Good morning. This is Dr. Sanders. Dr. Ferrer, excellent presentation, good information, useful information. It's just one question I have. Could you give me an example of how you can use anger positively?
Sure, very easily. You know, you can identify the level of anger. One of the exercises to understand the level of anger that you experience. So you can go from mild anger to moderate anger to extreme anger. And that level, you can learn about those, about yourselves. And then you have to figure out what is that anger covering up? What other emotions are there besides the anger? More often than not, it is powerlessness, but it's not always powerlessness. It can be fear, it can be exhaustion, it can be any number of other emotions. Once you know what those emotions are, then you can work at dealing with those emotions. Have I answered your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Can I ask a question of Dr. Ferrer?
Please.
Okay, I know that conflict resolution and mediation are often seen as ways to intervene with domestic violence. Can you speak to that, please?
Okay. I think those interventions only make sense when the individuals involved have total control of themselves. So I think the first step is to learn to control ourselves. And once we have that we have proficient at it, then we can go into this so-called conflict resolution or intervention. I don't know that we can do those things properly if we don't have ourselves under control. If we don't know how to talk, how to express ourselves without blaming, if we don't know how to know what kind of emotions we have, then I don't know that so-called conflict resolutions and mediation is going to work.
Very good. Can you speak also to the, because I think your program is a very effective program, but it's highly underutilized. Can you speak to that and how you feel we can get the courts to refer more to your program?
All right, well, so we have a program that the Catholic Archdiocese has been underwriting since 1993. And basically we've had a number of people in the program, from court referrals to self-referrals, from everywhere. So right now the program is on the hiatus because of this COVID business, and we're not too sure how to do it virtually. So it's on the hiatus. But having said that, we still keep contact with the referrals that we get. Now, the program is a 26-week program. And basically all the points that are covered in my presentation are what we work on in the program. And the men in the program basically learn all the things I talked about. They learn about their anger. They learn how to use their anger positively. They learn about their emotions. They learn how to separate their emotions from their thoughts. They learn to make I statements. I statements basically mean you're going to talk about yourself without blaming anybody, without using the word you. And these are skills. These are skills that they learn. And we have found out that the people who are most successful in learning the skills are the people for whom violence is not acceptable. Even though they had engaged in it, they still have problems with being abusive. Now, for the people, like I said earlier, who enjoy being abusive, the program does not work, okay? Because it's no more about a power and control issue as much as it is about an enjoyment issue. So that's what the program is all about. Even though it's a domestic violence program, Mr. Fox and I, who are involved in the actual work, we call it an empowerment session. And okay, that's what I have to say so far.
All right, well, thank you very much. Do we have the moderator for the afternoon?
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Nadia Bain, member of the Rotary Club of Nassau, and I'm happy to moderate the afternoon session. So we've heard from experts in the field thus far who provided very informative presentations, and this afternoon sessions will not disappoint. So just a friendly reminder to keep all mics muted so as to not disrupt the presentation. In the interest of time, we'll field 1 or 2 questions after each presentation, but feel free to drop your questions or comments in the chat to broaden the discussion. So our next presenter is Mrs. Cleopatra Christie, and I'll give you a little bit more information on her. Mrs. Cleopatra Christie, born in New Providence, received her early education in the UK. She joined the Office of the Attorney General in 1973. Over the years, she rose through the ranks to the post of Assistant Director of Legal Affairs. Magistrate for the first drug court in the Bahamas in the 1980s. She was also the former magistrate for the family and domestic courts. In the year 2000, she went into early retirement from the Office of the Attorney General, joining Scotiabank as their legal and compliance manager from 2000 to 2009. In 2012, she returned to the Office of the Attorney General as a consultant on the criminal side. Mrs. Christie is presently the administrator at the Bahamas Crisis Center. So now, coming to present on the Domestic Violence Protection Order Act, Mrs. Cleopatra Christie.
Okay, thank you for that. The Domestic Violence Protection Order Act was passed in 2007. Now, we're talking about domestic violence, and we're wondering, well, what can the court do to assist victims of domestic violence? Well, this is one way. We were privy this morning to the conversation with the Commissioner of Police, and he told us about all of the policies that he has implemented. But the Protection Order Act is an intervention by the court, and it is set up to provide help and protect victims, whether they are women and children, from the abuser. Now, when we talk about the Protection Orders Act, the first thing we ask is, well, what is a protection order? What does it do? How do we get a protection order? So a protection order is a document issued by the court, and it is signed off by the judge. And this document is the document that protects the complainant from harassment or from abuse. Now, how do you get it? Well, what happens is you have to prepare an affidavit, or you write your story. In these pandemic times when the courts are only meeting for emergency orders, what you do is you write out your story, you write the details of what has happened to you, how many times, what injuries you've received, when you went to the hospital, where did you go? If you made a report to the police, you write a whole complete detailed story, and you appear before the magistrate. And you swear that the contents of the document are true and correct. Based on the information you provide in that story, in the document that you provide to the magistrate, the court grants an interim order. So what does that interim order does? What it does, it just makes sure to stabilize the situation until you get back before the court, because the court will issue the interim order, and then it will set a day for a substantial hearing. That is when the respondent, the person, the abuser, is served with a summons, and he is told to report to the court on the blank day of blank. So you go to court on a particular day before the magistrate, both parties, and the magistrate hears from both parties. And after hearing the evidence on oath, the magistrate makes a protection order if the evidence discloses that the complainant is in immediate danger. So these orders, when you appear before the magistrate, they are heard in camera. So lots of people don't want to go to court because they figure that it's a public forum and that everybody is going to hear about their bedroom business, and the world is going to know about what happens in their house or behind those closed doors. So no, that doesn't happen in these civil hearings. And remember that a protection order is not a criminal offense, but it is a civil remedy. And so you appear before the court, and the only persons present in the court would be yourself, the complainant, the respondent, that is the abuser, the magistrate and her staff, along with the police. And so you have, you're able to speak freely. And of course, you don't have to fear the press. You don't have to fear the public eyes and ears. So you tell your story in the presence of the magistrate, out of the hearing of the public. The magistrate explains the situation. She says what's going on. She explains the process. And if you wish to call a witness, that is, if the complainant wishes to call a witness, that is, if somebody has witnessed the abuse, or a police officer where you've complained, or a police station where you've been, or even a social worker where perhaps you've gone to the ministry and you've made a complaint about certain things there. witnesses can be called. And the same thing would apply for the abuser, the respondent. He too can call witnesses if they wish. So the situation is that after the magistrate hears the story from both parties, the magistrate, based on the evidence she's heard, he or she has heard, the protection order is made. Now, when a protection order is made, the court takes into account the story. The court orders the abuser to stop abusing you and your children. The court can make an order for him to leave the home and stay away from you and the children, or even your workplace. There may be phone calls. It may be somebody who's calling every minute, sending letters, sending emails, sending messages. The court could include that in the order and say, look, you cannot do this. You are prohibited from doing such and such a thing. There may also be a question of the custody of the children. There may be visitations. There may be child support. All of these issues can be heard and dealt with at this time. And when the court makes an order, the court can make the order to include the order either to pay child support, maybe there's custody, maybe there's visitation. That is, when the father of the children can see and visit with the children. Sometimes the court order can include for the abuser to pay expenses. Suppose in the process, one of his outbreaks, he breaks your glasses, he damages your car, he damages some other property. He might have taken the clothes and thrown them outside and wet them up or leave them outside in the rain or something like that. The court can order that the respondent, the abuser, pay and compensate you for the damage that he has caused. And the court can also order counseling. Now, the court would have had a preview of the relationship, what has happened. The court may be of the view that maybe with counseling, you can rectify, restore the relationship. Well, we don't know that, but the court has a right and could order counseling. So when the court has completed the order is placed in a form. It is typed out by the office and it is placed in a form and it is signed off by the magistrate. And that order is served on the abuser who is in court. The order should be served on the police station in your area where the abuser, where the complainant lives, so that if anything happens and she returns to the police station would have that order on file. And it gives the police the power to act. The police can go in and make an arrest and take him into custody. The police can go, depending on the circumstances and the facts, the police can go in and speak and to make sure and stabilize the situation if that is what has happened. But if that abuser is in breach of the order, the police would have the power to arrest. So you see, the court has the power, a wide range of things that the court can do when one approaches the court for help and intervention in a domestic dispute. So the police plays a very important role in this intervention. We heard about, the complainant makes a report to a police station. The police keeps those reports on file. You can refer those reports to the magistrate when there is a hearing. The police must be informed and must have on file a copy of the report, I'm sorry, not report, the order, and so that they can act if there is a breach of the order. And you know, sometimes when parties appear before the court, one of the complainants make is that, oh, my husband has a gun. And that's very important because a gun is a lethal weapon and it's a frightening weapon to have in the home, and especially if the home is unsettled. And so the court can make an order in respect to that firearm to be removed from the home if the evidence so produces and discloses. The court can do that. And of course, if you got the police involved, the police can go to the house and remove that weapon from the house until the situation is settled or until the court makes an order as to what is to happen with the weapon. Now, just a quick word on the act. All of the things that I've just been speaking to you are all contained in this Domestic Violence Protection Order Act, number 24 of 2007. And so what I've done is I've really just lifted parts of it and condensed it. We don't have the time to go through it all. But when we look at this piece of legislation, one thing it does, it defines domestic violence. And so before I close out, I just wanted to give you a brief overview of what domestic violence is so that you would understand where the infraction occurs. So domestic violence includes the physical, the sexual, emotional, psychological, or financial abuse committed by a person against a spouse, partner, child, or any other person, a member of the household. So it has a wide range of the definition is wide, and it includes all of those things. And the act goes on to define what emotional and psychological abuse is. It even defines financial abuse. And you know, financial abuse is important. It means a pattern of behavior, the purpose of which is to exercise coercive control over or exploit or limit a person's access to financial resources as to ensure financial independence. So it means, well, I can give you no rent. You don't have no grocery money. I'm not going to pay the mortgage. I'm not going to pay the car note on, and all of that sort of stuff. So if any of those things are happening to you, you can approach the court and ask the court to intervene, and on the basis that you are suffering financial abuse, and the court hears both sides, and we go through the process as I've just outlined. Another aspect of this, which is important and happens very often, the act defines harassment. And you know, we talk about this word harassment and we throw it around very casually, but it has a legal definition. And it means persons who persistent verbal abuse, threats of physical violence, if they damage your property, unwanted physical or visual sexual advances. You have some people who behave like that. You know, they may use their eyes, their hands, or even their tongue sometimes. Also, it includes, this harassment includes emails, telephone calls, drawings. You know, somebody might put a drawing, may do a drawing and then put it up on a billboard so other people can see. Also, stalking, hiding people's clothes. All of these things, sort of a pattern of behavior that falls within domestic violence, and you can approach the court and ask the court to intervene so that you're protected from whatever behavior that is being exhibited. So the Crisis Center have a number of lawyers attached, and we from time to time have to appear before the court on behalf of some of our clients. And depending again on the facts they exhibit, they tell us and disclose to us, we're able to follow the process that I outlined to you. That is, we are able to get their story in writing, they appear before the court, and in most cases, we're successful in having the court or the court order a protection, the court issue, sorry, a protection order in those cases. And so I would stop there and see if there are any concerns or questions about the Protection Order Act or the or anything associated with the process. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Christie. We have one question that I noted in the chat while persons are gathering their thoughts. With the protection order, is the complainant able to withdraw?
Yes, well, with a protection order, because it's a civil remedy, and what it means is in order to commence it, you have to, you need the affidavit evidence, and you appear before the court and you have an interim order. Now, here comes the kicker. Where a summons have to be served on the abuser, it means that the complainant has to find money to have that summons served by a police officer or a bailiff. And sometimes they're not able to find these persons. Sometimes they don't have the monies to provide the service. And of course, it means if the parties do not appear, if he does not appear, and if she does not appear, the matter falls away. This is not a criminal matter, so the court cannot issue a bench warrant as it would do in a criminal case. So where the parties have been served, the court can issue a bench warrant if the court is satisfied that the abuser was properly served. So there isn't a question of withdrawing, but it can act as a withdrawal where both parties may not appear. So if the complainant doesn't appear and the abuser doesn't appear, the magistrate strikes it out.
Thank you so much. Another message that was sent to me privately. Good afternoon. There are some family islands where there's no resident magistrate, as with Exuma. How then is this process able to work?
That's a difficulty, and magistrates go on circuit, and they would have to wait for the magistrate who is on circuit to come to their area for them to be able to utilize this method of intervention. Now, maybe that's a real concern, because with the whole idea behind the protection order is that it is quick and efficient. And if there is no resident magistrate, then it means that persons will not benefit from this intervention. One time ago, there used to be the commissioners, the administrators now. I know that they have they have some judicial capacity, but I'm not quite sure that this falls, the protection orders falls within their jurisdiction. It seems to give the magistrate clear jurisdiction, so they will have to wait until an S&C magistrate comes to their district.
Right.
And I guess the other problem with that is it means then that persons would have to rely on the police. You would go to the police, make a complaint, and hopefully the police will act.
One last question in the chat. Can you, the Crisis Center, partner with the Royal Bahamas Police Force? And once it's a financial issue where the victim is financially embarrassed, the police can have the serving of summons free of charge?
That is a matter that we would really have to take up with the Commissioner of Police. But the judiciary, when a summons is served, remember a summons is a command from the Queen, from the magistrate saying you are commanded to attend my court at the blank day at a certain time. So it has to be done, it should be done by a bailiff, as they do in the Supreme Court. It has to be done by a bailiff or a designated peace officer, police officer. Now, whether we can partner with the police, I don't know that, and I can't answer or speak for them. But that would be a question that would have to be coordinated with the judiciary, the Chief Justice, and the police. But that is a real problem for us, that when women come with their complaints, one of the biggest problem is to have the service of the summons on the complainant. And the going rate is $70. That is what police officers charge.
No small fee. All right.
Well, it's no small fee if you're not working and if you're not working, you just don't have the income. And a lot of women are not working.
Ms. Christine, we want to thank you so much for your contribution. One last question towards that point though. In that case, can the Crisis Center, or has the Crisis Center been known to cover that cost?
Yes, we have. And remember, the Crisis Center is a nonprofit, and we don't have a budget for the service of summonses, but we look at it on a case-by-case basis. And we have done it in the past, but it's not a practice that we take on.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Christine.
Thank you.
And it was a great presentation. It was very informative. We greatly appreciate your contribution. And so we'll move on at this point to our next presenter, Dr. Ada Thompson, philanthropist, medical pioneer, and community leader. Dr. Ada Thompson is a Guyanese-born physician who has practiced for well over 40 years in the Bahamas. She obtained her medical degree with honors from the University of the West Indies and later did specialist training in hypertension and kidney disease in England. Often considered a pioneer in the local medical community, Thompson has contributed groundbreaking work in dialysis treatment for renal failure. She also taught at the School of Nursing and has been a frequent speaker on medical topics in the media for over 30 years. Among her numerous distinctions, Thompson founded the Kidney Foundation of the Bahamas and served as the organization's first president in 1976. She also served as chairman of Medical Council of the Bahamas. On the entrepreneurial side, Thompson has operated several businesses, including The Pipeline, an upscale outdoor furniture store, the Pink Art Gallery, and popular Hosanna House preschool. Thompson also holds a Doctor of Divinity degree from York Christian International University. Coming now to present on intimate partner sexual violence, Dr. Ada Thompson.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me say it's been a wonderful experience today, delightful, very, very informative. It's just been a joy being here and hearing everybody's contribution and learning some things. I've got a very ticklish topic to deal with today as part of the whole domestic violence situation. My topic is to do with spousal rape or marital rape. And it's very delicate and complex because it involves that very, very intimate relationship between a man and a woman. And for the wider world now, it's called intimate partner because it could be male on male or female on female. But that intimacy makes it a difficult problem when it comes to rape or sexual abuse, as it's now generally called. But I want to talk specially about sexual intercourse between married people that usually the perpetrator in most of the cases is the male and the victim is the female, but it can be the other way around, but in a much smaller proportion of people. But it's complicated because of cultural norms, because of religious ideologies, because of societal expectations, because it is an issue of violence. It's usually violent. There is usually anger involved for various reasons that we'll go into. And it's forceful. It's humiliating because in the act of, it's more sometimes than the act of penetration, which could be painful and physically damaging and require sometimes surgical treatment for stitching torn tissue. But sometimes people are forced in the marriage to perform acts against their will, without their consent. It's always without the consent of the victim. Nobody wants to be forcefully raped unless they take a pleasure in it. And there are some people who do, but not many. For most people, it's very painful. It's humiliating. And sometimes they're forced to perform acts that are extremely painful emotionally and psychologically to the victim. But because of the power of the perpetrator over them in the marriage, for various other reasons that have been mentioned by the commissioner, especially financial, emotional, psychological, because of the power that the perpetrator has over the victim, he usually has his way. And sometimes people are forced to perform like animals or whatever fantasy the perpetrator wants, which adds to the victim's feeling of guilt and shame. And it has the power, this forced, non-consensual sexual intercourse has the power to almost destroy the victim. They can't function in a normal relationship afterwards. They don't trust anybody anymore with that part of their personhood. And so it's very difficult for them to form even if that marriage ends in divorce or death of the partner, it's harder for them to form a happy, consensual relationship with another party. And so sometimes a life is totally destroyed. Sometimes with help that is available since the 1970s and 80s and 90s, and rehabilitation is possible. But I want to share with you two things: how to perceive or find out that a person is an abuser before you get into the act of actual abuse. People show certain tendencies in their behavior that can put you on your guard. Simple acts like frequent shoving or hitting or pushing should put you on your guard that this person, especially before sex, sometimes they do it in a playful manner, but behind it you can detect that there is anger. Usually there is always anger in marital rape, and the anger may have nothing to do with the victim. It may be because they've lost their job or somebody got the promotion that they should have had or thought they should have had and didn't get. And that makes them angry. And sometimes, especially in the church, as Pastor Brennan so delicately put it, some of the teachings in the church or interpretations of scripture have led people to believe that the man is the head of the house, which he is, but I'll explain what that really means. He is not Lord and master over his wife and children, but he is the head of the household. And the wife is to submit to him in all things. But they never teach that the wife is a human being, an individual in herself, in her own person, who is ultimately responsible to God for her behavior and her reactions. And she has the right to say no. I mean, a lot of people hide behind headache, or you didn't pay the mortgage, or you didn't give me food to buy money, and therefore you're not getting any. And therefore the husband resorts to forceful taking of her and therefore rapes her. We put it gently and more pleasantly in the term sexual abuse, but it's really a rape because she feels violated. Even though she's married to this man, she still has feelings of guilt and shame, and maybe I shouldn't have done that, or I shouldn't have said that. And women very quickly take the blame because somehow, because of the relationship, and in the beginning it could have been a very happy and good marriage, somehow they feel they're lacking in some way, or they've done something wrong to deserve the violation. But that doesn't stop them from feeling violated. But there are certain actions that can give you a little tip that watch yourself. This man is building up to abuse, but they never think that it will be sexual. They think, oh, he's going to put a good beating on me, or he's going to hurt me in some way, or deprive me of money, or isolate me from my family, because it is so prevalent in society, but kept very quiet in the church. But people see it all the time. There's an effect even on children, on your neighbors, because we all live in some community. We don't live out in the boondocks somewhere where there's nobody to affect us. We live in small groups and small communities, and so we can have an effect on each other. But sometimes if you want to look at your unhappy or failing marriage in that area, you will find certain behaviors exhibited by your husband that will lead you to be on your guard. I mentioned the physical aggression, the push, the shove, the hit, the bump, the slap. But sometimes you'll notice that your husband's mood is changing. He comes home angry, or he's all right for the first part of the day or the afternoon or the evening, and then all of a sudden his mood changes and every little thing bothers him. You didn't remember to clean the bathroom, or you didn't iron my shirt right, or you burned something, or the cooking wasn't good. Sometimes there's jealousy and suspicion. If the wife goes to the food store, honey, I'm going to do the grocery shopping, and instead of coming back in 1 hour, she comes back in 2 or 3 hours, he suspects she's meeting someone or having an affair on the side. So there's suspicion, There is jealousy, even of girlfriends. If the girlfriends are going out to dinner or having a girls' night out, then they think that maybe she's meeting a man and that's the excuse. Control of her time. You're taking too long to do this. What else are you doing? Control of the money. I don't have any money for shopping. So how is she to shop and feed the children or feed the two of them? Maybe she's not working, or else she's expected to pay the mortgage and buy the food and pay the light bill, the water bill, the phone bill. And still he is demanding sex when she doesn't feel that loving, tender warmth toward him to respond in an appropriate way. Sometimes there's yelling, there's name calling, and we know the terms, you bitch, you SLUT, UWHORE, name calling that wasn't there before suddenly enters the relationship. Sometimes there are threats, threat to hurt himself or threat to hurt her. What you need is a good beating. I'm going to put a good beating on you when I come back from lodge meeting. And so there is fear in the relationship. And then there is the ultimate, which is force, where the husband holds her down and takes it from her, whether she wants to or not. And so at that stage, before it gets to that stage, the woman should reach out for help. And when she sees her marriage going in that direction, she can reach out to the crisis center before the rape happens or after the first time it happens. He's not going to get any better just without any intervention. And so you hope and you pray and you have your prayer group pray for the marriage or your prayer partner or whoever you confide in. But prayer is excellent. I'm a firm believer in prayer, and prayer does change things and it changes people. But you're already in fear, you're already in danger. You probably can't afford professional help. And so you pray and things begin to get worse. And then there are consequences to spousal rape. Usually the health of the woman begins to decline. She's always getting flus or colds or urinary tract infection, or something happens that didn't happen before like that. She finds herself anxious. She doesn't know if he's going to come home angry or happy. She doesn't know if he's going to be sullen and quiet and not making conversation. She doesn't know what to expect. Sometimes there is severe trauma, as I said. She gets beatings. Quite often they're physical beatings before they become sexual. This sometimes starts the woman on a path of substance abuse. She starts usually first with drinking. She becomes a closet alcoholic before it becomes apparent to anyone. Maybe the children know, but nobody else outside, and certainly not the church. She becomes an alcoholic or a drug addict. Sometimes there are heart symptoms. She gets palpitations and sees the doctor more often than usual. Sometimes there are bowel disorders. She becomes a victim of chronic diarrhea because stress of not knowing when or where it's going to happen or how it's going to happen, but she knows it's going to happen. And so she gets physical symptoms, gastrointestinal. Sometimes her periods stop altogether because of the severe stress, the ovaries shut down. Sometimes, especially younger women, they start to engage in harmful sexual behaviors like masturbation or using sex toys or getting involved with people who are harmful to her in an effort to alleviate the anxiety and the depression and the stress. Most times they don't go looking for these things, but find themselves in it. And then they wonder, well, how did I ever get like this? How did this happen? Some women even go so far as to say, I'm not going to be involved with men anymore. I'm going to try women. And they didn't start off being lesbian, but they somehow fall into a lesbian relationship because they get comfort and they get affection and they get affirmation from a woman. And so you find them crossing that line, all because of a painful lifestyle, which is largely hidden from the world, hidden from the church, hidden from their friends. They stop seeing their regular friend. They don't want them to catch on that something is happening and something bad is happening. And so spousal rape can lead sometimes to very serious consequences, not just the physical things I've mentioned here, but it can lead to women cutting themselves, hurting themselves, or hurting their spouse. And of course, the most serious incident that ever happened in this arena was the first woman who amputated her husband's penis. I don't know if you all are old enough to remember that story, where the woman just, when he was asleep, cut his penis off and then had to drive him to the hospital because he was bleeding so much. And that has happened since that original one. I forget the name of the couple now, but it made headlines all over the world. She was a victim of spousal rape, and so she cut off the organ that was the most offensive. And we have seen people who have had their throats slit or boiling water thrown on them, burnt from head to toe. Some did survive and some did not survive. And so this is a very serious thing, spousal rape. And I know the time is pressing on us, but I want to piggyback on what Pastor Brennan said about the submitting, and somebody else mentioned that the proper translation of that word submit means the person is below you in terms of responsibility for the home, but not below you in terms of you having power over them. It's no coincidence that God chose Adam's side to bring forth the rib that from which he would form the woman. It was a symbol or indicating to us that she was supposed to be his equal, not below him, but beside him, to share, to be his help that is sufficient. That word mate, help mate, is really help meet. And meet means enough, sufficient, to satisfy his every need without him having to force it. But the principal thing I want to leave with you this afternoon, with the headship of the man in the marriage, is all through the centuries, it has been taken to mean that he is above the woman and she is beneath him. And therefore, there was a time when it was translated that she was like chattel, treated like she was a cow or a horse or a pig, something that the man owned. If you study the Bible and you go to the original Hebrew and the original Greek, that head, the word is kephale, Kephale. There is a translation of kephale, which means that he is the source for the household. Just like you speak of a river, the head of the river, where it comes out of the mountain or the hillside, and it feeds down the mountain out to the ocean where it finds its home. It feeds all the tributaries that come off the river. It's the source, and it's never, not until recently, been revealed to the church that the man is supposed to be the source of everything good for the household, the source of provision, the source of protection, the source of prayer, the source of cover, the source of love, the source of affection, the source of self-esteem for the wife and for the children. And this has not been taught to us in the church, and I've been in the church for 38 years. And I never heard this teaching until a few years ago. And I've been trying to spread it about in the church. Of course, it's not widely received because men like to be in charge. Men like to be the head. They like to be the Lord and Master. They feel it's their natural right. But that was not God's original intent, that they should love their wives. They should, it says in the book of Ephesians, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself for it. Husbands are supposed to give themselves wholly for their wives and their children, not take from them, but give to them. And give to them not necessarily the material things. Everybody doesn't have the material things to give, but they can give love. They can give respect. They can give security. They can give a feeling of being needed, being necessary, being wanted, being cared about. Their welfare is his concern. And if a man treats you like that, treats a woman like that, submitting to him would be no problem. I tell you that. If you find a man who loves you, respects you, protects you, covers you, prays for you, what more could you ask for? I mean, in terms of non-material things. Of course, we all need food, we need shelter, we need clothing. But if we got those intangible things that may only be seen behind closed doors, but they're there and you know they're there and they're a comfort to you, that man can have whatever he asks of you that is lawful and legal. And so I just want to tell you that the other part of the anger and the bad speaking and so on, those are products usually of things outside the home. So you don't have to feel every time that he's angry at you because you messed up on the cooking or you didn't iron his shirt. Sometimes it has to do with his workplace. It has to do with his buddies. It has to do with his personal family, his mom, his dad, his siblings. So we women take on everything as if it's our fault. And that's where the submission, it's hard to submit to somebody who is always putting you down or making you feel less than and not more than. He doesn't compliment you when you look nice, but he finds ways to make you feel smaller than you really are. And that was not God's original intent. So I hope you get that the man is supposed to provide, protect, love, respect. And that's not happening in many, many households. Now, if children see their father loving their mother, respecting their mother, that's what they're going to copy. That's what they're going to do. And so we don't have to have a generation of abusers after one generation after the next. If we could just get one generation to display love in the home, respect in the home, care for the home, things that they share, laughter and jokes and happy things, we would have a much better society. We would have a society where gangs are not needed. Children join gangs because they want to feel they belong. If they belong in their families, they wouldn't need to join a gang. Gangs wouldn't exist after a period of time. These things don't happen overnight, but they can happen. But I wanted to ask Dr. Ferrer, when I've counseled people who have anger issues, I have found that sometimes just physical activity can take that anger away. Because anger brings strength. It brings a false sense of your own strength. Go out there and beat the hell out of some tennis balls or play racquetball or cricket or cut up some wood or do something physical that diffuses that strength, that power, that force. And you'll find that the anger also subsides. Even if he doesn't understand the source of the anger, just the actual physical act Instead of taking it out on your wife and your kids, take it out on a piece of wood, take it out on mowing the lawn or doing something hard physically that takes that strength away from you. And you find that you can deal with the anger a whole lot better. And so I just wanted to put that out there because we've had so much information today on all kinds of rape, gang rape, spousal rape, domestic violence in all of its forms. I think that I've said enough. I think I've given you enough to Sila. Think on these things. Think how we can change an abusive marriage into at least friends. You could become friends if you learn to respect your wife and compliment her and find somewhere in your heart when you first loved her, what was it you loved about her? And wives have to cooperate with this. Wives get angry too and they want to run, they want to get far away. And some stay because they have nowhere to go. But you don't have to be a victim all the time. You can take away that power from him, take away that anger from him. You can show him more love. It's hard. I'm sure it's hard. But if you in yourself as a Christian or church-going person decide in yourself, in your heart, I'm going to treat him so well, he's got to change. I'm going to do everything right. Sometimes it does not work, I must admit. But sometimes just loving on him, he's so shocked and surprised that you have not reacted in anger too, that he begins to wonder, something's got into her. I wonder what it is. You know, when your reaction is different, it might bring some change, some mitigation. And the last thing I want to ask is there any chance in the Bahamas that marital rape can be criminalized, made a crime for which there is a penalty? Many countries have gone that route. I've done a little survey. Singapore has gone that route, especially if the rape is against a very young person. You know, some countries, and India is one of them, they do still practice child marriage because marriages are arranged by the parents for the child. Albania, I think, is one country that has criminalized spousal rape. In many of the Muslim countries, they have not. The man still has total power and control over the woman. So Algeria, Bahamas hasn't, as far as I know. Bahrain hasn't, Barbados hasn't, but Belize has criminalized it. Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, China, no. Colombia, yes. Cuba, yes. Is there any chance anybody on the legal team here who could answer that question for me? Are we on that route, or is there any way? Because I firmly believe that every marriage is not going to be saved. Sometimes the love just dies. Iran, no. India, no. Haiti, no. Iran, no. Jamaica, no. North Korea, no. Morocco, no. Mexico, yes. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, yes. They've criminalized spousal rape. St. Kitts Nevis, they have. Singapore, as I say, yes, except in the incest or small children. Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago, yes, they've criminalized spousal rape. And so I'd like if anybody is there who can tell me at what stage we are at in that process, if we are on that process. And I rest my case. Thank you very much for listening, those who have stayed behind. I know it's been a tough day, but a very worthwhile day. I've really, really enjoyed it. I want to congratulate the framers and the people who put this all together. It's a prodigious job you've done, and it needs to be disseminated to all the islands. There's so much information that we've all received, and I'm just so happy to have been a part of it. And so I say thank you. And I hope someone can answer my questions. And I'm available if anybody has any questions they would like me to try take a stab at.
Okay. So while our legal team, I'm guessing, is trying to garner a response to your question, I do have a question for you. What are some of the challenges you found your clients face when they are trying to regain their confidence in their sexual health or reattempt sexual intimacy after an occurrence of spousal abuse or rape?
You mean after they've gone through the process of dealing with the spousal rape?
Yes, correct.
I think the spirit of forgiveness goes a long way to healing people who have been sexually abused or raped by their spouse. You have to learn to let go. Sure, in the first months or even years, it keeps replaying in your mind, and even with counseling, you can't stop the thought. But at some point, you have to reach a stage where you have to let it go and let it become part of your past life. And if anybody is reaching out to you, try to be a friend first before you get into sexual activity with another person, because it's going to be physical reminder of the pain and suffering that you went through. So try and see if you could develop a friendship with a man that is not sexual, but open your heart. If you can release the person who did it to you, or persons, open your heart to receive again, to be able to receive affection, attention, respect, and then perhaps the sex will follow. But you can't jump from an abusive sexual relationship to a healthy sexual relationship without going through that process of forgiveness and releasing. And that takes time, because some of us have memories like a steel trap. We can't let go certain things, but by grace, God's grace, you ask him to help you and he will help you to forgive that person. And that goes for not just rape, but other hurts. There are other things that can hurt you just as badly, because you hurt not only physically, but you hurt emotionally, mentally, psychologically, by that act of somebody whom you loved at one time and trusted to protect you and provide for you, and suddenly they become somebody who is wounding you repeatedly and repeatedly. It takes time, but God is gracious. He is gracious.
Right. Another question that was sent privately. Despite the fact that a large number of homes in the Bahamas are headed by women, it's amazing the high level of abuse that occurs. With that in mind, the Bahamian male has been taught for years, generally speaking, that he is in charge and has no equal. Have we as a society been breeding men that have a mindset to physically respond to their ego and or bring up challenge?
Is that for me?
Yes, that's for you.
Okay. I think we have to really work towards changing the mindset of men, that you can be the head, but there's only one Lord. You cannot be Lord of another human being. You can be the head if you are the source, if you can be the source. If you're not, if the woman is alone by widowhood or she's been divorced, and she then becomes the head of the household, for her to have a relationship that is healthy is difficult, especially if there are children who are looking to her now for leadership and for the love and affection. It's really difficult. And that's why a lot of women say, well, I have a friend. And they put it in inverted commas, I'm not married, but I have a friend. And what I would like women to know is, let this person be a real friend, not just a friend for sexual release or because you desire to have a sexual relationship, but you're not friends. A friend is someone who will help you when you're down, who will encourage you when you need encouragement, who will be there to listen to your sorrows and complaints and not abuse you. You have to trust that person. You have to, and you can't trust a person immediately after coming out of that. It takes time to build up trust. That person has to earn your trust. Your first abuser, there wasn't time. You were in love. You were happy. You didn't think that there would come a time when you would need to trust them to be good to you, because they were being good to you. They were being nice to you until the change came. Very few people would marry somebody who treats them badly, who beats on them, and they need some help themselves. But you have women who marry abusive men or who had been in abusive relationships first before them, thinking that they're going to change them. No, 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 no. We can't change anybody. Our prayers may be able to help, but it is God who can change a personality, and God alone. Counseling is great. I believe in it. It helps, but it is not enough because it doesn't touch the spirit. It touches the mind, the soul. They may enjoy music together, dancing together, nature together, but the spirit man is where the change has to come, in a man's spirit.
Another question for you. Do you think that sexual abuse can damage a person internally?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. There are some women whose internal organs, if it's that, they mean physically, their organs can be damaged. Oh, yes, we've seen ruptured uterus, ruptured cervix, ruptured vagina. If the force is enough, they can have an emergency, a medical emergency. If they're pregnant, they can also lose the baby. And so there are physical consequences in the pelvic area. If the person is also violent, they may have a broken arm or cuts on the body that have to be sutured. So they can be hurt physically by their spouse. They've probably been hurt before the rape. And so physical hurt is very real. But the bigger hurt, or biggest hurt, I wouldn't say biggest hurt, is the emotional and psychological beating and battering, the guilt and the shame. And sometimes people have relatives who think, well, you married him, so you got to put up with it. They're not sympathetic. You can't find any love and comfort from your own family. And sometimes they wouldn't even want to put you up if you have to run away from the house to avoid further damage. Family just say, okay, well, you could sleep here for tonight, but you got to go tomorrow because I have my life to live too. Family can be very hard and unloving when you're in a situation. I thank God for the crisis center. They are loving people. They know how to comfort people when that's what they need at the moment. And they can find resources for you to stay. There should be safe houses for women to go to when they've been physically abused. Because in a marriage, physical abuse happens often. It's not a one-off thing. Like people who are not married to each other. You're going home to the same house, sometimes to the same bed. And so spousal rape is a repeated act. It is often a repeated, it's a pattern of living. And you'd be surprised how many pastors rape their wives. It would shock you to know how many pastors, but they say, well, she's my property, she's mine, and she owes it to me. And they find scriptures to say that she must submit. And if she doesn't submit, I'll take it because it's my right. And that's a total misunderstanding because they haven't been taught it. They've been taught that you're the head of the house, you're king, king of the road, you know. And anything you say you want, you're supposed to get it. But the other side of the coin is where you love her, where you respect her, where you treat her, you know, with affection. And you can have what you want, provided it's legal.
So true, so true. Do we have any more questions for Dr. Ada Thompson-Hepburn? If there are no further questions, Dr. Thompson-Hepburn, we'd like to thank you so much for your presentation. You shed a lot of light on a very sensitive topic. I mean, the entire thing is sensitive, but yours, of course, as you said, is a bit sticky as well. So we really appreciate you providing some insight on that. Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're so welcome.
Okay, so up next, we have one more presentation for you. And so I will tell you a little bit more about the presenter. I can pull it up. Okay. Kiran Darren Turnquest is a Bahamian native celebrated for his distinct ability to inspire, motivate, cultivate, and drive the change process. An accomplished counseling psychologist, public speaker, youth development specialist, and corporate trainer, Mr. Turnquest has proven his ability to galvanize individuals, communities, institutions, and organizations to be the change we want to see. In 2005, Mr. Turnquest received his Bachelor of Science in Psychology with a minor in Political Science from Acadia University in Nova Scotia, Canada. And in 2007, he earned a Master's in Psychology from Anna Maria College in Paxton, Massachusetts. While pursuing his master's degree, Mr. Turnquest worked at numerous institutions for at-risk youth in Boston. We can have everyone mute their mics, please. After completing his degree and work term in Massachusetts, Dr. Turnquest followed his dream of wanting to return to the Bahamas. No stranger to hard work and with a strong commitment to service. Upon his return home, he served as a counseling psychologist at the Bahamas Crisis Center and as the director of residential planning at the Bahamas Institute of Adolescent and Child Mental Health. In 2007, Mr. Turnquest served in dual capacity as a psychologist and classroom teacher at St. Andrew's School in Nassau. Today, Mr. Turnquest's goal has always been to build the capacity of young Bahamians through strategic training platforms. Today, he serves as a corporate trainer and coach to many major companies throughout the country. Mr. Turnquest serves as an adjunct professor of psychology at the College of the Bahamas and has served as clinical director for key potential counseling. In September 2017, Mr. Turnquest was promoted to the position of Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. In April of this year, Mr. Turnquest resigned his position with government and has now joined the executive of the Bahamas Telecommunications Corporation, where he holds responsibility for direct sales, sales effectiveness, and residential products. Currently, Mr. Turnquest is completing studies towards his doctorate in organizational leadership and human resource development at Barry University, Miami, Florida. So coming to present to you now on the topic of, men as allies in the fight to prevent domestic violence, Mr. Darren Turnquest.
Thank you very much for having me. This is, of course, not an exciting topic to speak about, but an exciting topic for me to present on. And I'll tell you why it's exciting, because I was really introduced to this work by Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson at the tender age of about 27 years old when I first returned home to do work with the Bahamas Crisis Center. And a colleague of mine that I met in Washington, DC, really energized me in understanding the whole idea and concept that men can stop rape, men can stop violence, and not seeing this as a women's issue, but definitely seeing that domestic violence is an issue that impacts women, but it's an issue that men are suffering with. And that suffering has taken place for a whole number of reasons. And we're going to talk about acceptance, we're going to talk about embracing, we're going to talk about cultural norms, we're going to talk about the whole idea that we have come to in a society where we have romanticized the idea of objectifying women, but not only objectifying women, but what we say and what we do and the way that's embraced and accepted. And I think when we go away and we go to different places, we understand that the language that we use in this country is not the language that we would use in other countries that are very serious about the way that we see women, we appreciate, respect, and value women. But also, it's another issue on the way women treat other women in support of men, in their mentalities of objectifying women, looking at domestic violence as something that's necessary to put a woman in line. And I think I want to speak to everyone because, you know, the perpetrator of domestic violence from the male perspective has no look, has no socioeconomic demographic. It could be your neighbor, it could be your friend, it could be your brother. And in some cases, we're very much aware that it has been some of our fathers who have perpetrated this. And in some cases, we understand that the statistics state that 1 out of every individual or 10 individuals who would have recognized or observed this type of violence will also be the perpetrator of this type of violence. And so in working in the crisis center, I got a very firsthand approach of what it was to work with victims of domestic violence, but in some instances in a roundabout way, you would always have the perpetrator who would, in some cases, come in with the victim who's not identified that the issues in the home is domestic violence, but in the conversation, as you begin speaking to the couple, you recognize that domestic violence for some of our women in relationships and for some of our women, period, is not something that they necessarily see as violence, is something that they see as a component of a marriage. And I think that happens because, of course, we have it happening so consistently in our country, but so consistently in our communities that in certain islands and certain homes, it is just understood, accepted, and embraced to the point where kids who are living in these homes do not see this as abnormal. So then you also see this as a throw over into these young people when they get into the school environment. So I want to tell you that I've had the opportunity of working across the country, from St. Andrew's School to Lightfoot Key to everywhere. Domestic violence in our country is an epidemic. And I'm needless to say that COVID-19 is not the only pandemic that we are dealing with, but globally, domestic violence can be seen also as a pandemic, because in certain cultures, it is so readily acceptable to place women in the positions because, of course, the machismo factor that we facilitate from man to man is something that is just not only celebrated, but also applauded. And so let's get down to the meats and potatoes. What drives this violence? It's a small man syndrome, a small mind syndrome. It's a cultural protection where men are of the opinion that they are worthy to be a head of a home because of biblical reasons, because of familial reasons, because their daddy says that they should be the head of the home. And so what men have to begin to do now is understand what is driving the violence, understand that it is the small them towards a big woman that makes them feel even smaller. And the only object or the only opportunity they have to take that woman down is because of their small-mindedness, is to put their hand on them. And so you find that in the barbershop or in the neighborhood conversations or on the street, you know, if a woman walks up to a man in our country and speaks a particular way, the first thing one of their friends or colleagues would say, depending on where you are and who's around, is, "Boy, you really need to show her the way, you know, you need to top up, man," you know, because serious man, them can't have their woman, them talking to them like that, or to have their empress talking to them like that. And we believe that this is only in a particular demographic of our society, but understanding that it is through and through the fiber of our society, from our politicians to our doctors, our lawyers, our bank managers, to our garbage truck collectors. It impacts at all levels. And so when we think what drives the violence, it is not the behavior of a woman that drives a man to be violent. It is the mentality of a man who has no conflict resolution skills or understands the value of the human being as an equal next to him that drives this particular violence. It is also because culturally, men have been taught to hold their issues in and not go about to speak to their issues. And I think Dr. Thompson Hepburn was speaking about our faith and speaking about, counseling and speaking about the holistic development of the individual, the being. Some of our men are only a quarter of the men that they could be because they've not dealt with the issues or the skeletons or the problems or the difficulties of their own past. And so they bring their demons, men, into your current relationships because you want somebody to make you feel adequate. And so the ally means is that men have to check men. Men have to draw to other men's attention when there are questionable discussions that are happening that go against the fiber of what you know a good family man to be, a good Bahamian man to be. And we must begin to re-identify or redefine what a good man looks like. Because a good man is not only a provider, he's not only a protector, but he's also a respecter of all women, of all beings, even the dog, right? And so we must understand what that means. And then we must have a discussion about who is impacted, because sometimes men in our discussions only believe that it is the woman that they're hitting that's being impacted by the violence that's presented. But it's everybody in the family unit that's being impacted by that violence, and also their colleagues and friends. Because once one man is able to romanticize an abusive relationship or the way he treats his significant other, it then becomes commonplace or becomes common practice or acceptable practice for other men to believe it's okay. While you have a good, decent man who is standing by, listening to this conversation, but is afraid to speak up because he is being outnumbered. Good things, bad things happen to good people when good people sit down, stand up, or simply do nothing about it. It also means who is impacted by it is the conversations that we have on social media and the way we project this idea of violence, the way we project this idea of how women is treated. And so what we see is even in police violence against women and male officers as well, we see violence against women, period, is somewhat discussed in our social media platforms as, that's good for her. She needed that. Her mouth too hard. I'm sorry, but we must understand as men that there is no reason under the sun for anybody to say nasty things or put their hands on any woman for that matter. And so when we think about violence, we must not only think about violence as physical violence, men, but we must also think about what we say and how we interact with women. And so I want to use it in terms of domestic violence. I was just watching The Crown the other day, season 4 of The Crown, and I know many of us will chuckle. But the honest truth is, if you watch season 4 of The Crown and you watch Prince Charles' interactions with Diana and the way he spoke to her, that is domestic violence. And so Diana was a woman who suffered domestic violence from a man who had some significant familial issues that he himself could not have dealt with, to which a woman being impacted by his issues, not only in his verbal abuse, but also in his very demeanor and presence with her, forced that woman to now have what we call a psychological or a mental disorder that made her feel less than. And so the thing is, who can stop this violence? It is not a woman that can stop this violence, because a woman can walk out of the violent situation, man, but another woman will become victim. And so the violence, when we say, well, women can still stop violence, or men, women can walk out or leave. No, no, no. A woman leaving is only a door stop or a small stop before another woman falls into the trap of this violent situation. And one thing that we talk about in the crisis center during my years there with Dr. Patterson was this whole coaching and the whole honeymoon period. And we look at the cycle of violence because, of course, that man is not going to come off violent in the first instant, but 6 or 7 weeks in, it becomes where a door is slammed in her face, or it becomes where, you know, she's called a bitch or something of the sort, and it begins to escalate more and more and more. And so I also want to talk about violence against young women and young girls. You know, what we say to these young women when they walk past, the cat calling, you know, the way we are able to objectify them, you know, girl, come here, bring that big thing here, or come here, let me show you what I could do to you. Those things are violence against women, because those are not solicited commentary. Those are not solicited insults. They are things that a man feels because of his manhood, he is in a position to state those things. Sadly enough, I'll tell you that men, so many of us in the professional realm are so comfortable with these things that could never fly if we were in the United States of America, or we were in Canada, or we were in any of those places. But because we have such a slack culture, and the machismo factor is something that is glorified, it gives us space to be less than the men that we should be. I want to take you to this particular slide. It says, violence against women is typically characterized as a women's issue. And for the majority of the fact, the perpetrators of this are men, so it is a man's issue. We covered that. We have had many gains, but our gains in this country, we have the Department of Gender Affairs, and we have all of these different policies, and we've done a significant amount of training with the police force about how we deal with domestic violence, because needless to say, 10 years ago, it was garbage. It was absolute garbage, garbage juice to be exact. And I think the police force has made some significant gains in terms of how they handled DV relationships, but it was solely the responsibility fell on the shoulders of some strong women, and in some cases, some strong men in the advocacy realm that had to advocate for safe spaces. My question is, what exactly are men doing beyond the policy to make certain that policy is put into practice, to make certain that everyday language is impacted, to make certain that we're able to check every single man that comes into our interaction, to make certain that when we're in the barbershop, we can stand up to say, my man, not in here, boss, not in here. I don't co-sign that. And so what are we doing? Because sometimes we are so busy as men trying to be embraced and accepted that we don't want to speak out, because we feel as though we're speaking out against a senior man. And if the senior man says that he has beat his wife, or he's talked to his girl this way, or he's tear up his daughter's backside, and that's a whole nother discussion about men and the way they handle their daughters and what they should be permitted to do with their daughters, because that then puts a psyche into young women who have been fathered by some men that it's okay for men to put their hands on them a particular way. Be careful what you say to your daughters, because they will begin to understand or appreciate that the way you talk to them by calling them a slut or a whore or calling them whatever, that is the status quo. So we must make certain that policy is placed into practice, but even with the practice, we must stop violence in order to stop this, we must see a change in our people. And that means women too. And I say that only men is here, but women in this country sometimes gas men up to go home and punch up their wives, or punch up their daughters, or punch up their sisters, because they themselves have come in a toxic environment, and that toxicity is moved over. So we must work together to change as a people. And then after changing as a people, we must work individually. We must begin to change our culture, because not because we are strong Black men means that we must have this monster impression that we cannot be lovers and caretakers and romancers, and that we could speak in the passive voice, and that we're able to embrace our loved ones with words. We must change our perspective. And the perspective is that any violence must be unacceptable. Violence against women and children is even more unacceptable than any other violence, because it has been a historic or what we call a systemic challenge that we've had, where women have continuously been oppressed. And I know some men are in this room right now, not comfortable with this discussion. Bottom line is, I don't care. The attitude is to be uncomfortable, to make a difference, for you to go out there to understand what the wrongs are. And then some are saying, you know, women have enough power. Power and respect are two completely different things, and we must understand it as such. And we must change our language. So the next time you use the word bitch, the next time you use the word slut, the next time you use the word top up, the next time you do the sick, you must understand. What if this was your mother? What if this was your daughter? What if this was any of the women in your life that you absolutely care about? And if there's no women in your life that you care about, then maybe it's time to step into just a couple sessions of therapy. And then after that, hopefully you could find Jesus, or Jesus and then therapy. I don't know which way. But this goes to both men and women, because I think it's important for us to understand that there's a two-way street as well. Apathy is unacceptable. And apathy means it ain't my business. Man, listen, my wife, that fella can handle his wife or his girlfriend or handle his daughter however he wants to handle it. That ain't my business. The everyday language bystander approach means you sit in the barbershop and you check people. You see a 17-year-old young man in the barbershop walks in to say something stupid. You simply say, boss, you don't even understand how stupid you sound right now. Let me share to you what women have done for us in this country. Let me share a little something about the respect that I have for my wife or my significant other. And we speak about our healthy relationships, and I think I just touched on that just now. You talk to other men about what a healthy relationship look like, because some men simply don't know. They don't know how to value their significant other, how to value that woman, because they themselves have had failed mothers, failed sisters, and in some cases, failed women around them who have the same level of toxicity as them. How we raise our boys, the machismo factor, the idea of this whole, you know, a man is punched down and a man is fight, and that's gotten us in the problems that we're in now. And I'm certain that I know a man that I respect very well, Stephen Dean is here, who's been in the community for years. Some of our boys are so toxic because of the toxic environments that they've come in, that you can't even have a discussion about conflict resolution, because the only thing that they understand is that they have to be man. Man don't talk, man is fight. And so raise our boys, not only for the matter that you want to protect women, but if you raise them right, you might be protecting our country and even protecting yourself. Check anyone who glorifies the machismo factor, because being a man and having the part of a male species, that's only one part of it. But if we look at the way Christ intended men to operate, the way we understand humility, love, and kindness, and caring, those are the factors that we have not embraced. Those are the key principles of Christ-like living that sometimes we have not embraced because they don't mesh well with the machismo factor. This is a very true statement. It says, today I wore a pair of faded old jeans and plain gray baggy shirt. I hadn't even taken a shower, and I did not put on an ounce of makeup. I grabbed a worn out black oversized jacket to cover myself with, even though it was warm outside. I've made the conscious decision lately to look less of what I felt a male would want to see. I want to disappear. In some of our communities, some young women are afraid to come outside. Some mothers are afraid to put their daughters outside because they're afraid that someone is going to take advantage of them. I think the police can tell us that the reported statistics of violence against women and the reported statistics of rape is not as high as it should be, because the difficulty is getting people to actually make the statement that they were raped. And so as hard as they try, they do forensic interviewing, they pull in psychologists to do the questioning, they do a whole myriad of work. And they have advanced in the last 10 years. But people fear for their lives because of male toxicity, and because when a group of men get together and hide the secret, they feel as though they have nothing to fend for and nothing to fight. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've given you enough food for thought. I live my life by the saying, it says, measure not life by the hopes and enjoyments of this world, but by the preparation it makes for one another, looking forward to what you shall be rather than backward to what you have been. Whether or not you have been a perpetrator before, whether or not you have had thoughts that you had to calm yourself to the point, man, where you wanted to, but you didn't. The fact is that every single day we walk out to make a new day in our life. And every day we walk out and there are resources that we all have to take advantage of to make a difference individually, to make a difference collectively, and to make a difference for this nation. Be like Nike and just do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Powerful presentation. There's a few comments in the chat. Change must come from within. If not, the cycle will only continue. Go to the head of class, Mr. Turnquest. Each of us need to change ourselves. And people who have the mentality that a woman deserves to be catcalled or touched or raped because of their clothing, because of the way they look. Yes, indeed. Powerful presentation. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Turnquest? We'll take them at this time. You can drop them in the chat or open your mic, please.
And I just want to say, I know, Dean, I was pretty rough on the police, but I could say without any fear of contradiction that there's one officer that I know I can call to make sense of some rough situations or to call in to help other people to understand and make sense. And that's you, Stephen Dean. So we are grateful in the advocacy area for the work that you've done in the community, but all of them ain't reached yet. All of them ain't reached. Praise God, all of them ain't reached. Some got plenty work to do.
Mr. Turnquest, before you go on, thanks for the complimentary remarks, but what I am pleased today that we have a lot of police officers here, including our commissioner, and I think his presentation sets the tune of the direction the police is going, and I think he would have been very pleased of the support you say for how you saw the police force has moved on over the years. And so
definitely. I mean, at one point we couldn't even get officers to move. At one point and what was so challenging for me when I first came back from school is that I couldn't get female officers. And that was a huge challenge because certainly there's some sympathy or some empathy, but I will say that in the last 10 years, there has been a significant difference that we've seen. And I know yourself and ACP Bethel were two people that I would always give a call to get some guidance because the things I've seen in this country and the things you all have seen, if the news gets wind of it, they wouldn't understand the monsters that we have here and the infliction that have been placed on some women. How do we start to advocate for women and children in our society, cloak certain abusive behaviors? I think this is a start. I think we have so many people, so many young people that are involved in civic organizations that we don't have the tough discussions, or sometimes we're uncomfortable with having the tough discussions to really get people to really think about their behaviors. You're not going to convince anybody to change the behavior instantly, but you're going to be able to put some nuggets and to put some seeds, and somebody else will be able to add the water so that they can be able to change their perspective. But we're fighting systematic issues. It's like in the United States fighting systemic racism. Systemic abuse in this country is long-standing. I wouldn't even talk about the Family Islands. It's so key for us to understand that while in Providence we get it, in the Family Islands, they're not getting this information as readily as we can. So some of the work that you can do is to do some of this work in our Family Islands as well. I love the comment, Raquel Wallace, the change has to begin with the man in the mirror. And I hope I started that in my conversation, that we have to do it in the individual and then collective and then national. That's my take. And I just want to say a special thanks to Sandra Dean Patterson for roping me into this for the last 16 years that I've been home, and keeping my advocacy and fire for this alive. I think it's so important. But to the women out there, I want to see more women stand up, because I'll tell you, in the last the referendum, there was more men standing up for women than there were women standing up for men. And sometimes, you know, although we want men to be allies in this fight against TV, you need more strong women to stand up there and to be allies. Not because they've made it, means they can't bring the other women who've been behind to draw them up. So I know that wasn't my topic, but it would be remiss of me not to state that.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Turnquest? There's a comment in the chat: there needs to be more intentional efforts to teach men how to compliment females without the degrading comments.
And I think that starts from home, right? I think, you know, that starts from home, that starts in the boys' club, that starts in gentlemen's club, that starts in all of these things. But the issue is you have people like Commissioner and you have people like Dean here who are aging out of this process. But the young men that they have brought up have for some reason forgot that they had people who mentored them. So there's a gap, there's a generational gap. The 35-year-old to the 45-year-old, how are they filling the steps of Judson Enos? How are they filling the steps of some of the strong and vibrant and decent men that we've had in the country? Because the people who they've poured into, they forgot they live in the vida loca, they live in their best life. I mean, I can't talk about that. You know, I had my little issue the other day with the police too, with the little situation, but we need to go there.
Any other questions for Mr. Turnquest? Well, if not, I just want to say, of course, thank you so much for your presentation. It was awesome, very full of energy as usual. We greatly appreciate your contribution, definitely. One more comment. Excellent presentation from all the presenters. But Mr. Turnquest, I admire your speech. You spoke with passion. And that is good, because truly, these are some of the things people are challenged with today.
Thank you very much. And listen, Commissioner, Mr. Dane, you all need me to come to the police and do any talks anytime. I'm always available. I don't wait for government no more, but.
Darren, we have so many police officers here, and I'm sure the commissioner is taking note of that, and I'm sure that they will be glad to invite you to come and share with them. You know, you're a dynamic speaker, and, you know, it's always been, when we connected, you know, we have been at the same viewpoints, and I love what you do, and I must commend you.
Thank you.
We feel good as we sit down, places like me, gonna sit down and watch when I need the three in one of the islands, I need the tree on one of the islands. I can feel proud that to see persons like you still keeping this country alive, and this is what the country needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like to.
Go ahead.
Oh, Dr. Patterson is here.
Yes, I just want to say how proud I am of you, Darren, and how happy I am to hear your voice being brought to this issue. Because it's only when all of us, men and women, speak out about this issue that we will begin to see a change. So thank you very much, Darren, for bringing this and challenging the younger generation to speak out and address it. Thank you so much.
Well, all of this work is on your foundation. I'm certain, Mr. Dean, remember creating partnerships to prevent sexual violence at the old, what do you call that hotel? The hotel out west.
Crystal Palace.
Crystal Palace Hotel in 2007.
Good memory, good memory.
Yes.
All right, take care.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Going to bring remarks would be Sandra Dane Patterson. Dr. Sandra Dane Patterson is a psychologist and human rights activist in the Bahamas. Dane Patterson established the Bahamas Council for the Disabled in 1973, founded the Bahamas Crisis Center, formerly the Women's Crisis Center, in 1982, established the Bahamas Association of Social Workers, and founded the Caribbean Association of Rehabilitative Therapists. For her career advocating for human rights in the Bahamas, Dane Patterson was awarded the Bahamas Order of Merit in 1997, the Human Icon Award for Humanitarianism in 2014, and the United States Department's International Woman of Courage Award in 2011. Coming now to bring her remarks, Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson.
Thank you very much. I want to say how happy I am at this dialogue. I think everybody will agree that this was a very rich meal that we've had today. We've been very blessed to have the top experts in the field, many of whom have been 20, 30 years doing the work with victims, with perpetrators, with children, and of course the church in medicine. And of course, a special recognition to the commissioner for bringing this new energy to the response to domestic violence. As you will see from the information we've gotten earlier, violence is learned behavior, and violence is passed on from generation to boys and to girls. And so we're repeating it, and we're getting young people more and more involved in violence, and the country as a whole is experiencing this kind of violence. So if there are any, I think there are three messages that come out of this presentation today. One is that violence is learned, and as it is learned, we can learn other ways to address our emotions or our feelings. The second one is that it is preventable. Domestic violence is preventable. It doesn't have to happen. We just need to be aware of the dynamics. We need to understand the dynamics. We need to recognize the risk factors that make perpetrators likely to end up killing victims. We need to understand the need for safety planning for victims, and we need to do all that we can to address this issue. And I guess for the victims, I would like to say must always remember, no matter how hard their situation is, no matter how hopeless it seems, there is always hope, and there are always things that we can do to address it. But I'm hoping that we're not going to let all of these 100+ persons who've registered today go without some recommendations for action. And hopefully you can start that now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Any words?
Nadia, what we could do now, we ask participants, they've heard a lot. A lot of things have been absorbed. They have heard some speakers, and I'm sure they were taking some notes. Some things were going through their mind. What we want participants to do, this is an opportunity for you to share how you see some thoughts, maybe some legislation or the way forward, some suggestions, because we don't just want to leave out of here, just got our belly full and do nothing about it. So the floor is open to anyone who wants to give suggestions as the way forward.
Hello, I'd like to follow through with the recommendation made by the participant on recommending that the police provide for a domestic violence section, a specialty.
Yes, okay, thank you. I think that will be noted.
Yes.
And the commissioner alluded to that, and he was looked, and I think he gave an answer, but we'll make it down as one of our points, talking points, yes.
I'd also like to recommend that we work with Dr. Ferrer in how we can bring his program can be a tool that is used by the courts. I think he indicated that there was some connection with the courts, but I really think that it is something that we should recommend, that we have a greater collaboration between his program and the courts.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm sure there's some more things going through some person's mind. Your imaginations have been stimulated, and to some degree, your curiosity has been fulfilled. So the things that have gone on your mind, we'd like you to just shoot it out to the floor. While some people are making comments in the chat, we are taking note of that. But anyone has any suggestions or anything they want to say about the workshop today?
Good afternoon, Lindsay Thompson here. How's everybody?
Excellent.
Yeah, I've been a volunteer with the Bahamas Crisis Center for so many years. I see someone here in the chat is asking how, there's a statement here that says, how do we start to advocate for women and children when our society cloaks certain abusive behaviors? Well, Dr. Patterson and Mrs. Christie, we all know that, volunteerism is such a big part of the crisis centers. So we need more hands on deck, like-minded people who have at heart this domestic violence situation, and we can make a further dent in curbing the incidence of domestic violence against women and children. So come on board. Join us at the Crisis Center. We will welcome you with open arms. There is so much to do. Thank you so much.
Excellent. We have Candy Gibson. Candy, happy to see you with your hand. A question?
Good afternoon, Mr. Dean. And I definitely want to commend, my name is Jackie Roll from the Bahamas Red Cross. And I definitely want to commend all of the speakers today. Phenomenal, such a timely topic. My concern and my thought, Mr. Aaron Turnquest, he did an excellent presentation, as well as Dr. Ada Thompson. How can we bring this into our schools where we can do it either as a curriculum to begin to change the mindset and change the culture of our society, and being able to address it and to teach our young men and girls what is appropriate? So that's just my thoughts.
Okay, yes, how could we bring it into the school to teach our young men? If Mr. Turnquest is not on, Dr. Patterson, you want to take a look at that and answer stuff?
Yes, can I just say that the Crisis Center has for a number of years had a program in the high schools, What Teens Don't Know Can Hurt Them. And it talks about healthy relationships and the importance of having healthy relationships in growing up and in adult life. And it talks about the red flag behaviors that you should pay attention to if you're in a relationship, in a dating relationship with somebody. So that's a program in the schools, and we always need volunteers to assist, because what we have found is when we're usually trying to have a male and a female do the presentation to the school, to the classes. And when you have both, you get a lot more dialogue, a lot more involvement from the boys. And so hopefully this is something that perhaps Rotary, we can partner with Rotary in the new year, because I know I want to use this opportunity to commend Rotary on their Road to Peace initiative, and to you, Mr. Dean, in having the foresight to put this symposium on and bringing awareness to the community. Because once you have awareness, then you can have action. Once people know what the issues are, hopefully the more voices we will have being heard about it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, excellent, Dr. Patterson. I think we are looking extremely well, and I think the day was well spent. Any more questions?
Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I just want to add to what Dr. Patton said. If I remember, the Child Protection Council, maybe through Dr. Nova Carter, has something in the primary schools, even textbooks or art books or whatever. I just want to say something that is going on, or used to be going on. I'm not certain if it still is, but I have a should I say recommendation, something to look at, and that is, can the Rotary Club, well, maybe you're through this excellent program you're starting, be a more powerful force to work with all of the agencies and the Crisis Center to organize nationwide education programs and to bombard, I deliberately use that word, hit on the head the government's need to deal with the marital rape law and other similar laws. I would like to see if the Rotary Club can help we need to set up a program, President Dean, where the nation can be constantly educated through seminars, through Zoom meetings plus face-to-face giant seminars, videos, presentations. There are special movies and also seminar videos that will touch individuals' lives if they see them. Plus television, a lot of stuff. I think if we can join forces more with the Rotary to help push that, the crisis center, to your program of peace, and pressuring the government in a good way to do what they're supposed to do, but most of all, educating the people. We need to saturate the brains of residents of the Bahamas, saturate them with this, saturated with this. We've been, by the way, Dr. Patterson been doing this for 30-something years. We are a hard rock set of people, brother. It's embedded inside of us. And I said at one presentation 30 years ago that it's going to take, I said at one presentation 10 years ago that it may take 30 years to get some of this stuff out because it's so embedded. But I hope it doesn't take that long. But we need to work with Rotary Club.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. And it's excellent. I mean, a lot of things is budded out of this. I don't see this as a one-stop deal today. I see this as the beginning. This is a revelation of a new way. Some positive things going to come. Rotary is a big organization, worldwide. Here in the Bahamas, we are very active, and I see Rotary taking a more meaningful role in issues like this, but a timely issue like this. This is why we start here with the Crisis Center. We are not going to leave the Crisis Center. So this is the beginning of programs that we are going to run. So when we can have persons like yourself, Dr. Ada Thompson, Dr. Ferrer, and Dr. Carter, and then Darren Trinquist, and then Ms. Nichols, and everybody on board, you could imagine the powerful things that can happen. And this is only the beginning. I saw Elvis Bullard, you had a question?
While we await Elvis's response, there was a question in the chat room, pretty much trying to say, what are the first steps? Who do victims talk to, and how do they establish that connection, that trust? Somebody from the Bahamas Crisis Center is able to respond?
As I indicated, the Crisis Center offers a variety of services. And we have a hotline, which is a 24-hour hotline. So victims can call our hotline and make contact with us, or they can come into our office. But we are only working by appointments. So once they make contact through our telephone numbers, we can start the process with them.
Thank you so much. Elvis, are you connected to the audio?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon. I want to thank the Rotary for this, for arranging for this Zoom presentation. I also want to give thanks to all the presenters who presented today. The information was very timely, very informative. And I want to say on behalf of Commander Defense Force Commodore King, I want to thank him for allowing us from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to participate in this informative seminar throughout the day, which I thoroughly enjoyed. But I do want to say that very often we will have recruits coming to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. And I would like to know, who do we need to contact in order to have presenters like yourself and others come in and speak to our recruits and sensitize them? Because I'm now beginning to understand from listening today, I can now understand why there are some young men do act the way they do in the country really at large, based on what I heard today, which comes all the way from the home. And oftentimes I've been hearing that too. Don't worry about what happened across the street. That's not your business. And now I've just realized today how wrong information I was given for so many years. So who do I need to contact? Who do we need to speak with to have members of this distinguished panel come in and speak to our recruits who would enter basic training to help prepare them to become better leaders of tomorrow and definitely be able to stem this tide of domestic violence in our country? Thank you so much again. And again, I do appreciate us being here and for all of the information that was shared today.
We are very grateful. We're very thankful of your involvement. Maybe I'll just put out 2 telephone numbers, 328-0922 or 322-4999. Call either one of those numbers and you will get an immediate response.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I see that Mr. Barrington Brennan's number is available as well.
Just type this number in as 327. That's
Yes.
19. It's there on the screen for reading.
Okay.
And yeah, we can check it out and log it in because Dr. Brennan is a very good resources. And one of my Rotarians, Dr. Patterson, said that she was delighted to work with the school program with the Rotary. So that program seems to be going well, and we intend to enhance that to work more with you, the crisis center. So we're doing pretty good. I thought it was a great day, but I just would want to, and I just really want to thank some people. I really want to thank the organizers. And
before you do that, Mr. Dean, I have one further recommendation.
Yes.
You would recall during our discussions and when we were talking about the cost of serving summonses on persons,
yes.
Someone was suggesting that we partner with the police. Well, as I said then, I don't know about that, whether that can be done. But the point I want to make is that summonses are documents emanating from a court. And so I would recommend that we start a dialogue with the Chief Justice of the Bahamas,
right,
the Crisis Center, the police, and all the stakeholders about the service of summonses in the domestic court.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a wonderful thing. It's approach because not everybody have the money to be paying for a summons. So I think this will be talking about suggestions and ways to make it much better to cause things to happen. We don't want a summons not being served being a hindrance to proceedings, to getting safety for the individuals as the case may be. And so we really want to say thanks. I mean, first we want to say thanks to the Dr. Patterson, and you all responded well. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Dan. Excuse me, this Candy Gibson. I was trying to unmute my mic. Just a suggestion also, because I've had person reach out to me who were in a domestic situation. They didn't want to involve the police, and their problem would have been they want to go back home to different family islands, and the problem is they didn't have money for ticket, and they didn't have money to do COVID testing. So I feel like we need to now create a budget for domestic violence victims where simple things like this can be done to assist them in relocating them back to probably where they came from, or maybe relocating them back to their mommy or their family member.
I think it's an excellent suggestion. I think Dr. Patterson could elaborate on more because they see on a daily basis, and I'm sure sometimes they have to put their hands in their pocket or call on one or two persons who might have the resources, but it is not an easy way and an easy thing, and I think it's something that we can look forward. So Dr. Patterson, how you see this going forward, the way forward?
Yes, we have certainly had that challenge of domestic violence victims wanting to go back to their families on the family islands and being having to come up with the money to get a COVID test. So that is perhaps something that we can send to the Ministry of Social Services so that they can add that to their resource list, because it's not always that we're able to find a relative to underwrite the cost of that. So that's a very good suggestion, Candy. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, excellent. It seems anybody else have a burning issue they would like to share?
Final suggestion also, we have domestic violence reaching out to NGOs. I personally feel that while they don't want their matter to go before the police, I feel like we as NGOs, we should be able to give a report every probably month, to probably whether it be to Bahamas Red Cross or to like the commissioner said earlier thinking about them trying to work way forward on creating a gender-based unit, violence unit in the Royal Bahamas Police Force, whereas we have a contact person where we can just every month or every time we have a domestic situation, even though the person wish not for it to be reported, we can report the matter onto the police, so the police will have an eye that, okay, it was an incident between Candy Gibson and so they'll make a note of it. They wouldn't make no arrest because the perpetrator or the victim didn't ask for it to be reported, but they'd have a note in their system that this did took place on this day. So when the police give the report, instead they saying, okay, according to them, there's only this amount of report, they can say, well, undocumented report by NGOs, it was this amount. Do you understand me? So we'll have a clear record of the way going forward and what is really happening in the country. There's the people that's giving their side to what's happening, which I'm not knocking what they're doing, but then we have the actual count of what's really happening in our country. And also we like the police officers who would take statements from victims, also do follow-ups. Okay, you arrested so-and-so for abuse against Candy Gibson. Okay, went to court. Has so-and-so still harassing you? How have you feel since this matter went to court? How has things been since we last spoke to you in reference to this matter? We need to now do proper follow-ups.
Okay, great, Candy. I hear the passion, and I think it is excellent. And you know, because all these things are being logged. Like I say, the senior command, no person less than the commissioner itself is on this call. Notes are being taken, and we will take notes at the end of this conference and compile them and put them in a format it will give us a guideline as the way forward So we welcome anybody else with any other point, reference, comment they want to share.
There was just one other thing, Mr. Dean, yes, that I omitted to mention, that all those participating in the symposium today will be awarded certificates.
Yes.
Providing we have their full and complete name and an email address where we can forward it to.
Excellent point, because we do have the emails of the persons who registered. Anyone who would have registered, that's the email we'll use to forward any certificate to. So the certificate definitely be coming to you. You'll get a certificate in due time. So we appreciate you being here, because this is valuable information that you can utilize. You might be in the workplace, because we are happy pleased to have representative from the prison. Department of Corrections, we also have the prison commissioner on, Mr. Murphy. We're glad to have you. We have representative from Bahamas Customs. We have from Immigration, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. So full support is here today in those areas. I highlight them because I have a leaning towards law enforcement. But I want to recognize, because law enforcement is going to be a critical part of the way forward, whatever we talked about as far as the domestic violence is critical. So it was good that we got no other person other than the Commissioner of Police here, the leadership, who was able to tell us exactly where they're going and how this fight can be. So Dr. Patterson, we really want to commend you and your team for the work that you do. And we were together for years, Dr. Patterson, and
Yeah,
I'm not going to leave you now.
Okay.
So we have.
Can
Yes.
Can I also ask that in 2016 there was a strategic plan developed to address gender-based violence, especially domestic and sexual violence.
Yes.
And they had recommended a gender-based violence authority to be set up, which would accommodate the observatory that we talked about in terms of collecting data, so that you have data collected from both NGOs and governmental organizations. And hopefully if this symposium can submit their support for the passage of legislation to enable the gender-based violence authority to be set up, because that's going to be a public-private, because government can't, especially in this COVID time, government can't do everything in terms of finances. And so that would be an opportunity for us to get the kind of action that we need stemming from this. So hopefully that can be one of the resolutions that come out of this meeting today.
Excellent. And Dr. Patterson, I guess we'll sit down and put some together so we could forward some to the participants, that they don't this is not the last time we hear from them,
Exactly, very good.
And they have a forum to submit information into. So we'll try to open that door, Dr. Patterson. I think the Crisis Center is an ideal place to go. We'll be working side by side with you. And so, Dr. Patterson, the initial stages, yourself and Miss Christie and Miss Grain, we were there. We were planning this in at least 2 months in advance. And I think it came to fruition, and it was a good team working together. I really want to thank my Rotarian team of Nadia, Chantel, Maxine, and there were key persons. We all have PR team of Darren and we all Sheila who did the design. So we had a number of things, and I want to thank my AG who was here. I mean the DG, Mr. Seeley, who came and gave the remarks. Also the AG Ken and Carla, and all of our people who are here. We want to talk to, like I already talked, thank Commish and the two commissioners, one from the police and one from the prison, and the immigration who send their persons, or the Commodore King who sent his persons. And we really want to thank everybody for the participants. I saw some good participants here. You were here from the beginning to the end. So that means it meant something to you. This meant something to you. And how could we forget our presenters? Outstanding selection, Dr. Patterson there, you know. Dr. Patterson, it was Christy, the team from the, you all selected the speakers. I had nothing to do with the speakers. You all selected the speakers. And I'm sure the audience was really, the comments I get was spot on, powerful. You couldn't ask for a better flow. We didn't even have to worry about a lunch break, what we was tossing over. So everything just ran smoothly. Dr. Ferrer, I mean, how powerful, you know, that's a powerful program. Dr. Novia Carter, Lucky, yes, and also Dr. Ada Thompson, Miss Nicole Nichols, Miss Nichols, and Mr. Brennan, and all was here, and Darren K. Darren Tinecrest, and you, Miss Christie, who came and put some things there, and Dr. Patterson, you shared. You all helped me now, and we also our Commissioner of Police who was there at the beginning, and I think everything was just very informative and inspiring. It's captivating. We were mesmerized by every speaker. So we couldn't leave, you know. I wanted to leave and get a cup of coffee at different points. You all know we just do it sometimes. We play like we still sitting in the front of the computer, but we was away. I couldn't leave. All right. So this was a good session. Nadia, thanks for this last part of the moderating. Excellent. She's a new Rotarian there, and she's doing an outstanding job. So, you know, I got to put in the plug now. Dr. Patterson, I know y'all put in the plug to come to the Rotary Club of Nassau. It's an excellent club. It's an excellent thing you want to be a part of. If you want to be a part of Rotary, we'll send you the information. We'll send you an invite as a result of the day, and you can get in contact with myself or Nadia or any one of these persons if you are interested in Rotary and helping the person. This way you'll be able to get to work for the Crisis Center, work with all organizations around the world. I don't know if I've missed out anyone. Thank you, Miss Christie, Dr. Patterson, you all better throw in some down in case I don't want to get in trouble. I've missed anybody.
No, I think that you've covered you've covered all of our persons.
Yes,
The Crisis Center team would also include our secretary, who's behind the scene, but who's been doing all of the legwork and typing. So we send a special thank you to her. A special thank you to Mrs. Leela Green.
Yes.
And of course, Dr. Patterson, who is the brain of everything. We give great thanks to her.
Yes. I think that was great. It's better said. And also give our regards to the minister who sent it, you know, who spoke, the minister. Letters will be coming. We'll be working on those things. But it's a great session. And we intend to repeat this, Dr. Patterson. You know, we intend to repeat this. And so Rotary will be working side by side with you. We'll look at other ways we can do some things with this. And I think the speakers were spot on. I don't know if I want to change any of the speakers. So the speakers forum was good. We might have to do it over 2 days where we include some additional speakers, but these speakers must be on. These speakers must be on. So the good thing about it, officers, everybody, not only our officers, but persons, everyone, you will get a certificate. It will not just be a little flimsy certificate, it'll be a nice little pretty certificate that you can frame, that you will say that you participate in X amount of hours of training, sensitization and domestic violence, and it could go on your personal files to wherever you work in your private sector and everywhere. So it can be of value. You know, when I was particularly in the police force, you know, anything on your file is good. When it comes down to promotion, what have you participated in? Yeah, this is good. And I sure my friend from the Defense Force will know what I'm talking about too, you know? So thank you very much. It's all good. How much more we could say, but you know, that has brought us to the end of our day. We will not always shut off. We'll still be in the parking lot talking on here. So some of you want to remain for the parking lot talk. you could still talk and ask some questions.
Okay, well, thank
Thank
you all
you,
very
thank you.
much, and it's been a great day. I'm leaving.
Excellent. Dr. Patterson, you done as well. It's going good, man. You should be proud.
President Dean, we
Yes.
take this time to thank all of our participants for seizing this opportunity to engage in this domestic violence symposium.
Yes.
We appreciate your time and attention and hope that this session was not only informative, but empowering. Our society will look to each and every one of you as more informed allies that can assist with the fight against domestic violence. So as we close out, we wanted to share a note about Rotary International. So Chantal, if you can put it up.
Meet David. David has been thinking about joining his local Rotary Club, but he's got some reservations. David's got questions like, is Rotary membership right for me? Or do I even have time to be a Rotarian? Let's explore the top 5 Rotary membership myths exposed. Myth number 1, Rotary is only for business networking. While Rotary was in fact founded as a professional group, its purpose has always been centered on service to the community and in fact the world. Both the personal and professional contacts that you will undoubtedly make are just a wonderful side benefit of joining Rotary. Myth number 2, Rotary is just an old boys club. There was a day when Rotary was comprised of just local businessmen, but that was long ago. Here's the bottom line. We're simply looking for high character men and women in our community that want to serve. Myth number 3, Rotary is expensive. Actually, Rotary membership fees vary from club to club, community to community. Some are as little as mere dollars per month. Myth number 4, if I can't make the meetings, I can't be in Rotary. Rotary is about serving. If you want to help us serve the community, but just can't get to regular meetings, your local club will absolutely find a way for you to participate. Myth number 5, I just don't have time to be a Rotarian. Did you or does your business have 2 hours per month to contribute to the community? We can show you some reasonable goals and examples of how to get yourself involved in Rotary inside of your busy schedule. So you see, David did have some concerns about joining Rotary until he heard the whole story. Don't let these myths stand in your way. Start your Rotary journey of service right now, because the world needs Rotary, and Rotary needs you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that video on the Rotary. You know, we're in the parking lot, so if anything, you still have to ask. If you're interested in Rotary, please get in contact with the Rotary Club of Nassau, or reach out, those of you know any one of us, just reach out